Welcome the Freedom Manifest to your numerology alignment. Guys, this is such a wonderful feeling to be here. I appreciate you guys so much for inviting me into your life for this experience. This is going to be the primer and the launch pad to a lot of the cool things that are happening for you guys in your life. So we're going to just kind of organize things. We're going to use this kind of like a guided meditation. Okay. So you're going to listen to this. You can unmute yourselves if you'd like to. Absolutely encourage clarification, especially if I mispronounce a name. I appreciate you guys so much for that. What I want to do is I want to take two sides of you. There is the side of you that answered the question that said, hey, this is the biggest challenge I'm dealing with. I start things, I don't finish. I don't believe in myself the way I want to. I can't communicate the things I've got so much stuff going on. I can't focus or whatever. So we're going to put all of that on one side. And on the other side, we're going to put every reason why you joined, every reason why you want to be here, every reason why you know you're going to be successful. This is the vision, this is the hopes, the dreams of creating that abundance and creating that manifestation, creating that value, that reality. Okay, so we've got two sincere parts of you. I'm not going to say that one is less important than the other. One is going to be the vision that looks over and sees the distance, and the other one's going to be that reality that says, I look in front of me and this is the stuff I'm dealing with. When we get a chance to do the work that we're about to do together, we're favoring the side of the vision, but we're going to respect, honor, and grow the side that's been bugging us and messing with us. I put this together and I showed this to you guys already. We're going to do this again. This is you guys. This is you guys. This is amazing. And I'm when I looked at this, I was like, wow, there's a lot of really big energy inside of this group. It's either sevens or nines or sevens or nines or nines and like all of these big level numbers. And we have eights and this 9 again, and there's lots of love in here. And there's a large set of cosmic energy inside of this room. And this one, I was just like, whoa. Some of this isn't going to make sense to you guys. So if you guys are looking for these 6 colors, I'm just going to point you to column H, column F, and column C. Okay. So when we look at whether things are working or not, or whether they're in a challenge or not, or whether they're looking good or not, we're looking at these columns. When I look at these two, just to give you guys an idea, they're corresponding to numbers. So when I see a life path 7, I know that Mered also has this number. Kine also has this number. Okay, when I'm looking at the number 9, I'm looking at the vibration here of, Megan being in there, Mered being in there, Alina being in there. And it's enough for me to identify all of the people who are going to be relevant to the message that comes through with this. This is an interesting conversation that happens in a group. First of all, this is not an individual session. Okay, so when we look at an individual session, it looks a little different. We basically go through the individual names. We go through, middle name. We go through your birthday in a different area. In terms of us, we're taking a cross section of where you began, and there's 2 pieces: your birthday and your name. And then where are you today? The other 2 pieces, my business and how I identify. You'll see that as we go down the list here, these are people that have worked with me. And so when we get a chance to see this, we're going through this information being like, hey, there's a reason why these guys are in mastery, or they're in a severe challenge in a positive, or they're all showing up in a purple, nice purpley name. This is what we aim to do. And this is no wonder the alignment is off. The challenge is there. The problem or the opportunity exists. These are troubled in terms of communication, either to self or others or at all. This challenge shows up here. Okay, so we're looking to wave a magic numerological wand over this and create alignment for you guys. And just so we understand, this is not the first time I've done this. Okay, so you guys are in good hands. Okay, this is going to be the most powerful one yet. I'm super blessed and very, very privileged, absolutely honored that you guys would open up you know, your heart and open up your soul for this information. So please do me a big favor, keep a sincere open mind to this. You guys have paid to be here. I want you guys to take all of the power that is being given to you. This is spirituality for skeptics, analytics. If you're kind of like, don't believe everything you see or read or hear. Wow, thank God that there's math involved and that we can measure a vibration. We measure vibrations on a piano, on a guitar. We measure vibrations on a radio, on a Wi-Fi. We measure vibrations on in a vehicle. We measure them everywhere. And that's what you get, that conversation of, oh, he's vibing high, or my vibe is really low today, or where, what was I feeling, or what was I going through? What was the message that I was expressing to the world or even to myself? When we get a chance to see this, it turns on some lights so that you're not in the dark anymore as much as you perhaps maybe should have been. So one of the biggest things that happens in a group session is the amount of clarity that it gives you guys. But if I do this right, it should give you enough to get yourself going, started, and become successful, and also give you enough to be like, oh my God, I need to have more. I want to have this conversation. I want to dive into myself, and I want to heal who I truly am. And you can ask some of the people who have already had their experience and be like, oh, it was good. I loved it. And, it was a very powerful feeling in here. And the emotions that we get a chance to connect here are going to be super, super powerful. So I'm blessed that you guys are here. But when I asked that question in there was a number 4 question. What's the biggest challenge you're dealing with in your business, in your life? I want to hear it again. And the reason why is because now we're all pouring our energy into the same conversation. We're all here, sitting here as students and masters in training or masters in our own right, and saying, okay, this energy that we're experiencing is going to help heal. It's going to help bring light to things that we're dealing with. We're going to see how similar we all are. We're going to see where we need support. And if you tried to lift a car by yourself, unless the car is on, running, gas, and you're touching the pedal and the steering wheel, it's going to be impossible to lift it by yourself. But if we take all 15 of us, or however many of us are here, and you take the front, I take the back, you take the side, and you take the other end, we would be able to move this car pretty efficiently just by all of us, because we're all moving that energy. And here's the problem. You guys are, let's see here. Are there any 90s? No, there are no 90s babies in here. So the youngest person we have here is born in 86. Yeah, okay. So when, that's like 30 years of programming. That's like 30 years of cars falling on you. And now we're here being like, let's lift you out of here. Because if you guys want to make a conversation happen with Enagic, imagine this. You're going to get checks in the mail for about $2,000 to $3,000. That's nuts. That's more than some people make in a single month. And you have to wrap your head around this transcendence of what you are worth and what you are entitled to and what you are building. Some of these numbers are going to feel downright guilty for getting that and think, oh my gosh, if this person doesn't succeed, it's my fault. And I'm like, hold on there. It's not. This is why we have to grow ourselves from the inside first. So I appreciate you guys being here for a group session. This is very much different than what happens on a personal session. We can go in, dive deep. Here, when I accidentally dive deep on someone's chart, the other person in the corner is going to be like, oh my God, it's totally me. And yet not experiencing it because they're not having to, put all of their crap on the table. And that's why I'm super blessed that you guys are putting this much of your stuff on the table, because it's going to help someone. It's going to help another person. And you see these numbers, and I'm just going to quickly scan through the birthdays. We have 1, we have 2, whoa, hold on. Do you see how we're missing the number 2 here? Am I missing the number 2? That's like impossible. The closest one we get is an 11. Okay, so it looks like we've got some 2s in here. Then we have 3, I see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8s, 9s, then we see 11s, we see 22. So if I look, and this is going to be the second part of our conversation, we've got a full deck here. We've got a full calendar of numbers. The full spectrum is before us. We have them all here, especially when we look at the names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where is it? 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we have a full deck of numbers. Very rare to see that we would be missing one of them. So you're going to see yourself in someone else. You're going to feel like the heartstrings are playing on you when we go into topic of someone else, especially when you see the same color between that conversation that we have. So, going in fashion, I promised you guys I would. I just want to get a quick little hello introduction, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. Hi, my name is, I can understand how to pronounce it. This is what I'm looking for, or I'm super excited because, or I had a dream about this, or maybe there's some kind of little small couple of sentences you want to quickly say as we go through the list. And once we do, we're going to go back to the top and we're going to align everyone. We're going to make you guys look freaking fresh for business. Oh man, I would imagine with a bunch of these 7s and 9s in everybody's charts, you guys feel it. You guys have been feeling it, and you've been feeling this into the future. These are psychic numbers. And I understand this because I've already worked with your leaders, and I know that there's a very dynamic energy in there. So Gudrun, if you want to start us off, would love for you to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, say, hey, what's up? And then let us know a little bit about what you're looking to get from our session today.
Hey, my name is Guðrún Norðdal in Icelandic. Gudrun Norðdal is the kind of universal way of saying it. I am here because I'm just starting in Enagic. I haven't received my machine yet or anything. So this seemed like a gift from the gods of me to be here and aligning myself, because I have felt for a while that I needed to be out there, but was somehow missing how to do it. So for me, like Tarek talks about, it's not about selling, it's about showing up and people come to you. Mm-hmm. So I've been doing a lot of my own work on myself, but now I need to align myself with a group and also see where it takes me. And hey, I'm 63 and happy with that, but it's time to show up for the next 40 years, right?
Boom. I'll just let you guys know some of the original Enagic distributors started in their 60s and their 70s, and they're just like the funniest people to watch when they're like, just watching their success after 20 years now. And it's just so amazing. But funny you should mention, people should come to you. Life Path 7, Name Path 7. There's a lot of that magnetism that draws towards the self. So when you're looking at creating your business, you're right. It is about showing up, getting the daily stuff done. You build it and they will come. If you build yourself up, people will see you and see you almost as like as you said, a gift from the gods. This is a very divine level of number. I would imagine that you're dealing with a high level of psychic energy in here. And we'll talk about what happens inside of your name when we align it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
So I pronounce it Gudrun, like without the D.
No, Gudrun, but I used to say it when I lived in the States, like a good run, like a good run.
Okay, good. Like a good run. How about Gunny? Is that how we say it?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, Gunny. Well, it's nice to see you. Thank you for being here. How about Aline? And for all of you guys who just recognize that I didn't use any of the cool letters inside of there, I read numerology in English. It's unreal how they connect. And in the English version of this, I've tested this even in like Russian, where the letters are completely backwards, and people are like, wow, it still speaks a lot to my values. So I would imagine that it's still going to. If you're feeling like you scratch your head around it because it doesn't quite match, then we should dive deeper, and we may want to do that privately. Okay, so Alina, if you're there, I'm just going to meet you. Gudrun, thank you so much. Alina, you're unmuted. Thank you so much. Welcome to the call. How you doing?
Yeah, very well. Super excited. So yeah, you pronounce my name Alina, and my family name has already changed a few times in my life. It was Veidemane, and then I had Vincent added, and then I started using Ratna, which was my spiritual name instead of my family name. So there's been this topic in my life of trying to find a name that resonates more, and it still is a search actually. And it's interesting that this came up as an opportunity just now, because recently I've been feeling that it's still not entirely aligned with how I feel. Wow. And it's time for me to really kind of step up more as myself and into more an empowered version of myself to help more people. And so I'm super excited to be here and to see what comes out of it.
I absolutely appreciate it. Honestly, this is a sacred conversation, guys. I do not take this lightly. This is your life. This is your name. This is a very, very big deal. And the fact that you've gone through a few of them, you've got a spiritual name on top of it, and now you're still feeling like I'm still clicking into the right vibe. And then that feeling in my throat comes up being like, I got to find the right vibe for you to make sure that this is going to be working to your advantage and to your benefit. And we'll absolutely connect on that for sure. So names go through changes, whether you're adopted or step parents or married, or even a guru gives you a name and you identify by a different spiritual understanding. The full birth name was your original stamp on the way into the planet. So it holds a vibration for you. And as you grow and migrate through names, having this little piece of outfit that was there that may not be running anymore still holds a bit of that, oh shoot, that's where I left it. That's where part of that energy was. And I also look inside of your chart here. We don't see any ones. We see big level numbers, which is almost more connected to the universe than it is to your ego and self. So finding yourself may be a bit of a topic. And we aim to do that today. But and just on that topic, guys, it's got to zap you. Okay, so that name that we come up with, it's got to be like, boom, oh, and you feel the power on of that vibration that you take on. And if for anyone who's got a pen, you can sign this new name. You can really write it out. I would suggest you do things like that. We'll talk about that there. Thank you so much. Okay, how about Iana, or do I say Iana? How do I say it?
Hi, Bobby, and hi, everyone.
Hello, how's it going?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm super excited to be on the call. My name is pronounced Iana, and I received it in meditation some 11 years ago. And it's been legal for about 9, I think. And when I changed that, I dropped my 2 other middle names because Veronica was the name I used. So then I kept only these 3, not to keep it, make it too long. And I would say my last name has always felt heavy on me. Veronica, I still like to write it when I write my full name, but actually I don't hear when people call me that anymore. So it's probably outdated also. Iana is a vibration that I connect with very much, and it was such a gift to receive it also.
It's got a lot of vowels in it. That's a very godlike name.
Yeah.
When you use a lot of those I say words, they're like characters, those letters. It pronounces a lot of God's spirit, whereas consonants are shapes and touches with your mouth. The A, E, I, O, U, they're voices of sound. So the fact that came in through meditation, it's got a very powerful vibration in that. Very blessed to see you and have you here. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here for you, for sure. I'm just going to pull up the chat because it looks like you guys are here. And we have here, what about Iana Swanson instead of Svensson? Yeah, we're going to keep the chat open. And if you guys want to sort of pop in comments, you can. Feel free to unmute yourselves if you want to. But if you feel like you don't want to interrupt, like Chanel, I appreciate you. You can just use the chat. But we could take a look at that in case, Iana's like, something's not quite right here. So if we want to keep moving outward and onward from it, we could take a look at some things like that. We could even take a look at things like Iana Veronica or Iana V, or however it really wants to show up. We can make anything happen. But remember that zap. You've divined this. It came through meditation. It was given to you by someone, or you have gotten this divining of a name. We want to have that same respect and that same sacred connection. We're not just going to quickly slap a letter and be like, okay, go. As a matter of fact, we're not doing legal name changes here. If you've already had one like Iana, that's huge. And like Chanel's going through one as well, that's huge. So we're just going to put those to the side for a minute. But thank you, Iana. I appreciate you. Okay, let's bring out Lola. Hello, Lola. If you're here with me, let me know. I'm going to unmute you. Or can you? There we go. Hello, how are you?
Hi, good. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm Laura, and yeah, Laura Main. and I wrote in there, yeah, I changed my name to Lola from Facebook a while ago, just to sort of become anonymous and as a nurse. And so I've been Lola for a long time, since I've met so many people over the last 10 years, and I can't really decide. I keep going between, I don't really feel grounded in Lola, but I like it, and I'm not really sure about Laura with my second name. So really I want to, kind of find myself in it all. So yeah. So,
Sure. I appreciate you for being here. Absolutely. We get a chance to start vibrating on the other side of the chart here. There's a lot of passion and a lot of heart, and it can feel a bit disconnecting from the self when you have to take on some anonymity for career purposes and, identifying with a different name. Hey, maybe it sticks. That's fine. But we want to look at this and make sure, because now what you've got going on inside of business and in life doesn't work well for as much communication as you have. There's a value in here that's got passion, drive, power, and then this one's kind of like, I don't know what to say, or I'm confused.
The I was like, okay, I want to make it a little bit less harsh, and then I thought, no, I want to be more. I'm into business by Lola Main.
Okay, well, I appreciate you so much.
Going Laura, but
okay.
But yeah, so.
You got to decide how open you are to what part of this you will be. It's okay. You can decide however you want to call yourself. I'll just give you my thumbs up or thumbs down. I'll just let you know, hey, this is going to work for you. This one perhaps isn't going to work the best. I've compiled a list of all of the really good ones that work. So just in case we're looking for ones that are awesome and you're like, oh, but I don't have a letter here. I'd love to hold a queen vibration. Actually, you do get one. But, for some of you who are like, I'd like to be somewhere around here and it doesn't show up, we can absolutely start like tinkering away with the name, putting an initial here and there. And in case everyone's like, come on, a letter, really, it's going to help out. Really, it's going to do something. I like to think that it's like putting your fingers on a fretboard of a guitar. If you put two fingers off, it's not going to make a noise that you want to have. It's going to, make a different sound and you'll hear that it's off. So what we want to do is make sure that we put it on and we make sure that it's on. So thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here, Laura. I'm going to mute you here. Okay. How about Megan? Let's see here. Megan, are you there with us?
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Yes, I am. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, and your little one's with us too.
It's a dog. I'm dog sitting, and he has a barking fetish, which has been driving me crazy. But I just let him come here.
It's all good. Probably like, what are you guys doing without me, or what's going on? Why are you yelling and I'm not here?
Yeah, I think because we live in an apartment, and anyway, there's the slightest noise in the hallway, and he goes nuts. Anyway, I've locked him in now.
Cool.
So hi everyone, I am Megan. So it has different pronunciations, even though it's quite simple. But living in the UK, everyone says Megan, and America and Canada says something else, and Australia we have Megan. So that's me. What part do you want to know? Just my circumstances? So
well, I'd love to know what you're looking to get out of this, and like where mainly that.
Yeah. Okay. So I, as I wrote in my thing, I've recently made some like massive sea change of life, and I'm walking away from being an employee, which is the only thing I've known, working in technology for like the last 24 years, and now stepping into more of a wellness and entrepreneur space. I was trying to do that in the affiliate marketing world so that I could get the freedom lifestyle and move between Australia and the UK. And then once I have some health problems as well. I have arthritis is the main one, a number of other things, but arthritis is my main one. And through doing that, I've been doing lots of energy healing work. And then through doing the energy healing work, I got trained. And then I figured out actually I'm qualified now to help other people. And then once I started doing the affiliate marketing, I just sort of started clicking that I kind of wanted to do them both in parallel instead of waiting to do that later. And then I was propelling myself onto this platform to do both. And I resigned from my job, and I'm still on a 3-month notice period. I've got like 5 weeks left before I'm able to leave that behind. then that's it. So then I'm heading into this, like Mindful Mentors is the wellness business, and then the affiliate marketing, and then I'm hoping those both together allow me to serve people in a way I haven't been able to before, help change their lives, help transform them, help open their eyes into what opportunities there are, and then change my life in the process, and keep healing and growing, and and traveling and all sorts.
That's awesome. Okay, so I mean, and that's a thing too, guys. If you want it all, the self-healing, to the purpose, to the money, to the wealth, to the freedom, that's okay. Okay, I have a name that says I want it all. I want the business, I want the spiritual connection, I want the family, I want the community. So I'm a firm believer. Some people are like, I really don't care about kids, I just want to travel. Other people are like, you know what, I just want a house on the lake, I don't really need to travel, but I'd love my kids there. Or some people are like, ooh, kids, give me a dog and a cat and I'm fine. Whatever it is that you want is okay. So we're just going to make sure that that's there. But I feel the power in what you're talking about. And I see it here. I see it here where we see a lot of this care for others and doing things for other people. But then there's a lot of I fight myself vibration that's happening inside of the names. So we'll discover that. We'll go through that very gently. I know this number very well. It was the number that I was born with. Okay, so I get where that is and what happens there. But we're looking to create, mindful mentors and having that vibration that comes forward. So I appreciate you being here. Let's go over to Annette. Annette, how's it going? Great to have you here. I'm just going to unmute you, or maybe you can unmute yourself if you can. Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
Welcome. Great to see you here.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Me too. I've been feeling your energy for a while.
Yeah, I've been wanting to have a session with you for a long time now, so I'm really, really excited to have this opportunity now.
Me too. So let's see. What are you trying to get out of here? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is pronounced Annette in Norwegian, and I don't know, I haven't been aligned with my name for a while now. I just don't resonate with it, but something is just not clicking for me. And I guess it's like reflecting in how life is for me at this point too. Like I feel like I'm stagnant, like stuck in a way, and pretty much sabotaging for myself, really, for my success and to be able to move forward with my business, and feel actually that I'm moving backwards more than I'm moving forwards.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to break through some patterns.
Absolutely. I'll tell you something really quickly here. This 5 and this 1, if you say stagnant, it's like the worst thing ever for those numbers. Those numbers need action, ambition, movement. I want to run, I want to go, I want to achieve. And then this one is like, I don't want to get out of bed. These numbers are like, I just want to stay in one spot. I just want to be calm and quiet. So we see that there's a battle between two versions of you. And we're absolutely going to go through and really make this thing happen. So I appreciate you here being with us. And I hope to do this absolute justice and service to you. And Maret is here. Hello, Maret. I'm just going to unmute you here. Hello. Welcome. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. I was just doing some introductions, and basically everybody's just saying hello so I can pronounce your name properly, and then also to let me know, what are you looking to create or get out of our time together?
Well, I think this summer I found an extra name for myself because I had an exchange year as an exchange student in the US. And the family that I have there, I this summer realized that they were my blood family as well as they are just somebody that I found. So they have the name Much, M-U-C-H, as their last name. So I'm pretty, it feels really right for me, who I am and everything. My name should be Merete Kemiware Much. But I don't know what, this would be awesome to find out with you.
Okay, cool. So we're going to want to take a look at that word as well. And then that way we can see if we can put it in there and nicely tie the whole thing in together. No worries. Absolutely cool. I appreciate you for that. I went to your site And I wanted to put this one in because this is what it says when you get there. When you go to your site, it says this, but www.gofolk.no is it's a no-go. It doesn't fly. The actual website itself doesn't look as powerful as The Magic Life, which is actually a really good looking name. So you finding www.themagiclife.com or .no, I'm probably pretty sure that's going to be a tough one, but if you can create something with it, we will. I would say that's you're really good for a brand so far. Just in case you want to put like a nice little, barrier or like fence around that name saying, don't touch this. This is perfect. It's The Magic Life. And it really does. It's a very big inspiration. So I appreciate you being here. And we're going to have some fun getting you the right name, the right feel. I can imagine this one here. Actually, well, I'm not going to get into what these names mean otherwise, because that's what we'll do in a second. But let's continue forward. Thank you so much. And is it how I say it? Moretta? Moretta. Thank you. Okay, great to connect with you. Okay, so let's get David. David, my friend, hello. How are you? Great to see you. I fell in love with your name, man. This is a good-looking name. And also, different pieces of it as we go through also work really well. So just in case, we find something so super cool, we can. But how are you? Great to see you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're looking to create or take from this time together.
Awesome, man. I'm excited to be here, Bobby. I want to say hi to you and hi to the Freedom family out there. And a little bit about myself. First of all, the name David John Anderson was the name I was born with. Mm-hmm. And after 3 years, my dad adopted me, and my mom's husband adopted me. And it's interesting because she was in love with him since she was 7. So I actually have his name, even though he's not my biological father. And then at 3 years old, he basically had him totally destroy all the records. And so David John Anderson ever existing. So, but that is the name I was born with. And I feel a draw to that name. Recently, I've been kind of going by just David John as my first name, kind of David John together. And so, I'm as far as, the last 2 years of my life have been absolutely incredible. I've had so many amazing, powerful spiritual experiences, and some I've shared and some I haven't shared yet. And it's so exciting because, I've learned from so many people. I'm the kind of person that, information and classes, and I take so many classes. Literally, I've got, right now, 19 certifications. And when I get done, if I get done with all my classes that I've signed up for, I have like 400 certifications. And it's crazy. And I used to have thousands of books when they were heavy, and people are like, have you read them all? I'm like, no, but I just feel smarter being around them. I just have always soaked up knowledge. And I've learned from some amazing mentors that aren't even here anymore. And I feel I've taken all this knowledge in, and now it's time to share it with people and give it to people. And I've in the energy that I have felt and the different experiences I've experienced with energy in the last year or so, and really in the last 6 months, have been extremely powerful. Oh. I just know it's time. I know it's so time. I know with my gifts and talents and abilities, I should not have any financial problems. I should not have any kind of worries. So I keep asking myself, why? Why am I not there? And like Tarek said, I have manifested an amazing opportunity. Maybe I didn't manifest $1 million in my satchel outside on my front porch, but I manifested something that I can totally get what I want and where I need to go and my desires by helping other people. And I'm so excited about this opportunity because everything in my life, everything I've ever learned, everything I've ever, is because is brought to me to this moment, to this opportunity. Mm-hmm. And I am so ready to take it to levels that's never been seen before, and that's why I'm here. I want to see exactly what you've got to say, what you got to feel, and the whole team, and get that synergy and see what happens, because I'm pumped and I'm excited, as you can tell. So.
No, I appreciate it. David's a good name. David John's a good name. David J. Anderson, David John Coy. He's got a lot of value inside of your vibration there. So I'm super blessed that you're here. But then David Coy doesn't work. Power for Life doesn't work. So it's even more confusing to think, I got all this stuff. I got all these really good looking vibrations. So what exactly is it that I'm missing? Like, what's the certification I haven't taken? And it's almost like you have to take 400 of them, or in order to recognize that it's not any one of them that's actually going to be the the combining factor to your success. And so we've got to dig to a little bit of a different level. And I hope you really absolutely enjoy what's going to happen here. And I appreciate your energy, very magnetic. And even the look of your birthday, when we see that 3, the 6, the 3, it's very inviting and super social and very loving. So I appreciate you for being here. Let's keep going. Okay, so how about Vibeke or Vibeke? If you want to unmute yourself, sorry if I just butchered your name like 5 times over. How are you?
Hi.
Okay, how do we say it?
Vibeke.
Vibeke, sorry.
Vibeke.
Vibeke, thank you. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. A little bit about yourself and what you look to accomplish or get from our time together.
Yes, so I'm just started with Enagic, and also I have a business that I haven't been able to juggle with 2 kids for 4 years, because I started it while I was pregnant with my first kid. And I get a little bit lazy and self-sabotaging myself a lot. So now I've been like, I haven't had the energy either to treat people with my massage and healing and stuff. So I'm working in a kindergarten just to do something else. Do something. And now this summer I've been doing a lot of clearing with different kinds of spiritual work. And I don't have that much blockages, but I think my name does. I never liked it. It's very heavy.
Okay. And
yeah. My whole life people have been calling me all these nicknames instead of just saying my name.
Okay.
So, but I don't, right now people are actually using my real name.
That's good. I'm glad. There's a challenge around your name, and whether it be on this side or this side, it's a very difficult thing to express numerologically, especially when your life path looks this good. When your road is built for, success, and then your names are like,
Exactly, and that's how I feel. I've always felt that, like, why? Yeah. I have a lot of energy inside of me.
I'll share with you guys.
A lot of success and a lot of easily manifesting stuff. Always.
I'll be fair with you guys. I have the same question for God. So when I meet him one day, I'm going to be like, what happened with this whole numerology stuff? Like, how is that like a God gift that was given to us to really go through this? And you guys are going to have a power here that is used by the absolute elite on the planet. You'll never see this in schools. And this is a very secret, mystery, sacred school of information. It's passed down by word. I have not seen this online. I've seen lots of cool things online, but this thing I haven't. And it was curious because even I bought the author's book, the guy who taught me. His name is Claim Konings, and he had this is what we got. It was a manually written book, and even the one that was on Amazon, Numbers: The Pathway to God. It is not the same book. And I'm like, I need the book. And I got it, and it's not the same thing as this. So I'm like, whoa, this is so cool to think that what you guys are seeing here is very, very unique and super powerful. But I digress. We're gonna find something super cool for you to use, whether you want to make a full-on shift and whatever feels good, or if it's just a tiny little tweak. But I appreciate you for being here. Then we have Susie. Now these people here have been through my conversation already. So I just want to preface that when you guys hear them speak, or when they say their little piece here, I appreciate you guys for being here and holding this space for us, with me, because you guys are like my like containers on the corners of the conversation. And I appreciate, because for you guys, this is going to be super cool, because Susie has already gone through this, and then now she's going to get a chance to see what other people's charts look like. We also share the same life path. And I looked again at your chart, Susie, and I was like, whoa. And I was reminded and remembering of how much energy is in there, and I appreciate you so much for being here. How are you doing?
I'm so good, and so I mean, it's divine timing to be here with these two and with the team over here. And with you, of course. I'm so grateful, and it's just wonderful to see all of you guys participating in this. I think I looked back, it was August, August the 8th or maybe August the 4th or 5th last year that we had our session, Bobby. And I feel like so much has happened since then to today. I'm definitely not the person like that I was back then. So much has happened, like the team has grown exponentially, and there's something in here now that's ready to escape. Like I didn't know it back then, but there's something there, which is why I also wanted to, of course, have another session with you, because I'm ready for something different now. I feel like there's something burning very deep inside of me, and it's ready to just, come out. And that's a bigger purpose. Because you said to me that you're like, our numbers mean that we're kind of like a bit of a slow starter in life. Unfortunately, things like our path and things like that come to us later in life rather than like compared to a whole lot of other people. So I feel like that time is kind of brewing now. So, yeah.
I just want to show you. Where was it here? I'm just going to see if I can find it. One more. Here we go. We've got a lot of fight, a lot of passion, a lot of energy. She did not need to take a letter on her name, and yet she still went up to a giant level. And with the number like this, it's almost not human. Okay, so to see this, and we can say the same for a lot of the energy that you guys are going through. It's very spiritually aware, okay, and very large level in its vibration. So I appreciate you guys so much for being here. And Susie, yes, she touched on something very important. Guys, at least once a year, you should be going inside of yourself. At least, if it's not every quarter, if it's not every month, if it's not every morning, you should at least take an hour or so. If it's not me, at least it's someone who's going to help you talk about you and to look inside of yourself. And just so you guys know, you're the most important person in your entire existence. So today we're going to really make sure that idea meets the conversation you have with your clients. So I appreciate you for that. Kine, are you with us? Thank you, Susie. I appreciate you for being here. Kine, if you're with us, hello. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, guys. Hi.
Hey. Great to see you.
Yeah, you too, Bobby, and everybody else. So, yeah, my name is Kine Kesemi Ware. I had a session with you. So happy about that, by the way. And, I have been lately feeling that I can't really launch my business. So I had a session with you, Bobby, to kind of heighten my vibration. I will do everything it takes right now to do the work. Yeah.
I appreciate you for that. It was a very profound experience that we had going through your numbers. It was a wonderful experience, and I appreciate you being here. Also really sort of doubles over to the fact, guys, that you're going to get discounts to work with me. So a few of you guys have already decided and said, hey, Bobby, let's book a session in. I would appreciate it if everyone did. I also hold a space so sacred that if you can't afford it, let's just work together anyway. And then when things turn around for you, you can come back and do that. So I'm just seeing here, Megan's now on PC. So I'm just going to quickly give Megan ability to share this or to record this, sorry. And then that way we can keep going here. Cool. Okay, you can record. Yeah, you're very welcome. And I appreciate you, Kine, for showing up and for being here inside of this. This is going to make a lot of sense now, seeing everyone else's chart at the same time. And you've got a name. I really would suggest that we don't mess with it anymore. This looks good, it feels good, and if we do need to rearrange it later, legally even sometime in the future, we can. But for the time being, we're going to keep that there. And then we come into Chanel. So Chanel, hello, welcome. Thank you so much, you and Tarek, for organizing this and for putting this together. You guys are absolute angels. I appreciate you for being here. Do you want to say a little something and say hello and what you look to get out of this time together?
Yeah, so I have had a very profound 2 sessions with you, and it's just such a powerful technology and science, numerology. And I have like, in my own experience, I felt what kind of big shifts and internal shifts a session with you really activates. So for me, it has a lot been to do, it's had a lot to do with moving out of my turtle phase, and really moving out and moving into a bigger version of myself. And it has, after sessions with you, it really has escalated. Everything is speeding up.
Yeah, I can feel it. I absolutely can. And it was funny how Chanel was telling me this before. She recognizes or observes inside of her culture that some people change their names ritualistically throughout their life, and that they don't hold the same vibration over when they're born as to what they grow into. There's a transformation, a transcendence, and a fully embodying of something new. And it just stunned me when you said that, because I was like, wow. And I get a chance to be that finish line between one version of you and the new version of you. Okay, so
yeah, that's so powerful, because I do not resonate with my birth name at all. Like it's such a closed chapter for me, and I strongly believe we incarnate many times in one lifetime, in a way. Like we have so many chapters, and I wouldn't say chapters, actually we have so many books in one lifetime. So for me, this has been a big part of moving into a new me in every way. So for me, it was a strong calling to change my name. And I know you don't have to do that, but for me, that felt aligned and necessary.
Yeah. It was funny when I was writing out the chart, I'm like, uh-oh, I have to put your old name there. And I knew you were going to be like,
No, it's funny. I don't like, who's that?
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, it's
I don't know who that is.
You go now. Like,
it's funny, even now when people say Pia, I'm like, I don't know where she is, like she's gone.
Awesome. Well, I'm happy to be here. Tarek, I know that there's a couple of dots here. There's one dot for every one of his middle names, okay? So I didn't want to put them all out, because actually when I was working with Chanel again, I saw them and I'm like, I just got to clear this out. And so I think there's like Ahmad Farouk Mohammed something else, right? There was another name in there too. I can't, but let's not go into there. But he had an actually aligned name at birth. His name was actually aligned. So I appreciate, and then taking this on, going into the next high level, I appreciate you so much, brother. I absolutely honor your space and honor who you are. Welcome to the call. A little bit about yourself. I guess everybody knows who you are, but what you're looking to get from our session today.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. I guess what I'm looking to get from the session is for all of us to be singing the same tune from the same sheet. So I want us to all be activated, functioning in an optimal way, all cohesive, like one big organism, one big community, growing and expanding for the betterment of everybody all together. And so the more that we can align the individual components in this larger ecosystem, then the better it will be for everybody, and the higher the level of pitch and vibration will be that everybody is functioning at. And yeah, if there's anything that we missed on my name that can help further that cause, then I'm open to it. I see here that 898, and I'm reading severe challenge, and that face of yours like, so I'm not sure exactly what that entails. I will say that definitely since our session and the name change, there's been a noticeable speeding up of everything manifesting into reality. Opportunities, things professionally in quite substantial ways. There's also been some emotional stuff coming up, some old insecurities, things I didn't even know that were insecurities because they've never had space to fully voice themselves. It's almost like everything is now comfortable enough where I can really see aspects of myself that I couldn't in the past.
Yep.
So yeah, that's where I'm at.
It's a bad example, but it's kind of like having a lot of furniture and then having a dead mouse somewhere in the back. And like, you can smell it, you know that something's in there, but you can't quite figure it out. And until we move stuff out of the way, then you get a chance to express that energy the way it wants to. But really horrible example, because it's not like there's a dead mouse of energy in there, but even stuff that you just couldn't acknowledge or just didn't know. And now that we have that space and we've moved up to a higher level, it's like putting X-ray vision on. And just so we know, severe challenge happens in the both positive and negative form. The only time we're seeing it in the positive is your name, my business, and Susie T. Hill. Other than that, every other black number here is working to the disadvantage of the negativity and severe challenge. But that's not to say that Tarek, EQ, Amawi isn't going to have a severe challenge. It's just that you're ready for the challenge. And that's one of the biggest things. And then even when I was working with Susie, when I looked at her chart, I'm like, whoa. And then, next thing you know, she takes a really big looking name. It's going to just put everything right up front and call out the biggest, most powerful pieces of you. So I appreciate you guys so much. Just a couple of quick words for Chanel and Tarek. I'm assuming that this is the leadership in the group. Okay, so you guys are like parents towards all of the people inside of your chart. Pay special close attention to how different pieces of people show up so that you are better understanding of how to best support, because you can't change some of these numbers in the life path. And we're definitely not, some of these have already changed in your full birth name, but that is still running underneath you guys. So I'm here to have fun. I'm here to have a very profound exchange and a very strong level of shift for all of you guys. I should have mentioned this before when we were first starting. This could go up to 3 hours. And so we're on time right now. This is 1 hour in. We get a chance to get nice and comfy. Everyone's ready to go. And what we're going to do now over the next 90 minutes, hopefully, it could take a little bit longer depending on how much people want to contribute and participate, the alignment phenomenon. So we'll imagine and visualize that we're all around this campfire. And in this case, it's a digital campfire. The light is beaming to us from a radio signal, and we're basically all connecting up to the very top of the sphere, and we're connecting on our higher selves level. This is basically looking at the measurements of us. So when we get a chance to go one person at a time, pour your energy into this. Assist me in the healing that this person needs to go through. When it's just me and you, and it's just me in a small group, it's a lot more, let's do this together. But when it's in a group, it's like everybody gets a chance to lift and work with everyone at the same time. I hope that there's a lot of alleviating of stress, validating of things, and there's a lot of there's a lot of numbers that are synonymous to each other. So one thing that really pokes out to me immediately, 7s and 9s. Okay, so you guys are going to feel a lot of this energy in each other and in yourselves. And then there's also a lot of 1s. So there's a lot of leadership in this group, which is really good, especially if anyone's counting dollar signs in their eyes, because you guys are all going to want to go off and do your own stuff and be there for your team and come back in 6 months and be like, Bobby, can I put a group session together with 15 of my entrepreneurs or 20 of them and put them all together so we can get names for everyone? This is it. This is what happens. So let's go back to the very, very top. We're gonna do life path, name path reading, and then we're gonna make sure that these names look good for business. They're okay, Gunny. So they do work. So in case you look at this after, you're like, do I have to change my name? No, you will be okay to keep the names you're using. But can I make it easier? Yes, you can. Yes. Absolutely, you can make it more magnetic. You can absolutely take this to the next level. You and I are going to connect a lot deeper on this. So we're going to be connecting soon for our own session. And I appreciate you for taking so much action. You're not even on the water yet. Like, you're not even hydrated yet. Like, this is an unreal experience. Sometimes there's always one. There's always someone who's like, I haven't even got my machine yet. And you're a woman of action. So I appreciate you so much for being here. We're going to start by this is like a palette of colors we're talking about. Okay, 1 to 9, 11, 22. There's a bunch of different vibrations, and we're going to put them and piece them together in different conversations. So first number we see is a life path 7. And when we see a 7, we see something that's very esoteric and super intuitive and very psychic in its energy. It's very like, I can see beyond, or I can feel the deeper vibration. Like, I'm talking and I'm expressing things to you on the very verbal and physical and visual level, but you're also feeling me inside of my head, inside of my heart. You're reading between the lines about my energy. You can do this with people. It's very much more observant than it is expressive. So it's not that you're quiet. It's not that you're disconnected. It's not that you're, you just don't say as much because you're seeing much more. The 7 will do that for us. So we see a very strong level of psychic energy that shows up. Meditation will be one of the most powerful things that you can do, is just visualize your future. So in case you feel like sometimes you just can't get off the couch, or sometimes you just can't get out of bed, or sometimes you just don't want to do anything, that's your body telling you stop, drop, and give me 20 minutes. And 20 minutes of prayer, 20 minutes of insight, going in, and you get sharp with this. This is a conversation that needs to keep happening. And by the time, 1956 gets to 2019, you figured some of this stuff out by now. Okay. So we know that you're inside of the most wisdom part of your life, which is kind of laughable, seeing as this is the most joyful, childlike, social piece of the whole puzzle. Your childhood was the most, serious, emotionally demanding, very big level energy. Now it's like, there's nothing left but fun. I just want to enjoy. I want to have a great time. It's time to go. It's time to do it. And that's where that 3 comes out. So we see that where you're in now. And very, very cool. So thank you, Chanel. She's like, highly suggest everyone, you put your phone away on flight mode. We're on a flight right now. Okay, there's no airplane Wi-Fi on this. But yes, if you could be completely fully present for this, I promise you take more away from it. Some of us with young kids may have to be interrupted. I hope I'm not going to be, but in case, I respect everyone in that, just make sure you're at least muted. And if you have to be taken away, just turn your camera off. And then that way we're not distracting from the rest of the group. But cool. So Gunny here, the 7 shows up intuitive. Then the 9 shows up with a giant heart. We're talking impact, global. I care about the bigger picture, environment, like helping people, humanity, philanthropy. So not only are you very observant, but you're also observing and experiencing the feelings of others. So there's an overload of emotional energy. And then we look at names that do not have the emotional outlay. So parts of them may, when we look at them individually, they'll show up with love and care. You're a very lovely, loving person. I can tell by your energy. But there is also a block where logic takes over and the analytical mind steps in. And this is the 22nd. Okay, so you're born on the 22nd. We've got a very strong engineer, architect, blueprint style of let's get this done. Let's work. Let's make sure.
I'm educated as an architect, so.
So nailed it. But this feeling there, so we're thinking, okay, you've gotten a chance to express that side, but then it itches you, because then you're like, it's not enough. You think that would be enough for you to say, I'm done. I loved it. I created a wonderful career. And instead you're like, no, it's time to have fun. It's time to express myself. The 3 comes out for let's have fun, big smile on my face. You're going to look young. You're going to feel young. You're not going to identify with your age. At the age of 55, you're going to say, no, thanks. I'm just going to go back to 54 and 53. And that's that feeling of the 3s, that it doesn't want to get older. So a lot of you guys who have those numbers, you're going to be like, yes, because it wants to show up for the fun, for the party, and the social. And this is a wonderful place to come in. But if you've spent most of your life being serious, connected, architect, caring for others, it can be a bit of a liberating feeling. A bit of that anxiety may come up to think, oh man, now I've got to show up and I've got to do stuff, and we're here to have fun. So if I could just install that word into everything that you do, you follow the fun. And it's going to be the glue that keeps everything together. It's going to be the wonderful thing that comes everything together. When we look at your names, this is more like stickler for the rules, and it has to make sure everything is very like an architect. You can't just be like, it's off by 2 degrees. Don't worry, just put it through anyway. You're going to be like, no. You have to make sure this thing matches at every single point in the game. The 4s are very analytical, so you can see the solution before someone even sees the problem. And this is a wonderful name to have, but at the same time, we're looking at this one being the one you show up with, and then this one at birth, if I've translated this correctly, has a lot of anxiety and I want to do stuff, but I don't express. I have this desire, but then it just says, shh, we're in a library, be quiet. And you're like, And I have this number as well. This is exactly what I went through.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't as blessed to have this level of alignment in my name, The problem with me was that I ended up getting into negative, addictive situations that were damaging and self-sabotaging to myself. And then people would have a bewildered look. They'd be like, Bobby, man, what are you talking about? Like, you really? I'm like, oh, you have no idea what's going on in here. This is like a mess in here. But put me on the job and I'm ready to go. And I'm ready to get stuff done because I'm going to keep my stuff to the side. And it's going to end up turning into an interesting health conversation. Just to be fair, that number, if you still hold it by legally speaking, may not be the nicest to you on the inside. So, oh my God, when you get the water, you take the hose and you put it in your mouth and you just drink it until you're just like 9.5. You get this water in you, like 4 to 6 liters a day. I swear to God, it's the most amazing thing ever. It will hydrate you from the cell on the inside. This isn't an enagic conversation directly, but I love the product so much. It's the most amazing thing ever. We look to mix up your name a little bit. And even when you go with Gunny Nordahl. Okay, now this version as well, now you're suddenly a pleasure to deal with. You're a fun-loving gal. You have enjoyability, but you also get the job done. The problem with this name is that I don't look at any number that ends in a 4. So it either ends in a 6 or an 8. And just in case we're paying attention here, wealth is measured in a 4, a 6, or an 8. Love is measured in a 3, 6, or a 9. Sorry, we're going to do like this, 4, 6, 8. So when we see a value of 4 in your chart, we know that you're going to be able to get it done and get the bills paid. But at the same time, we didn't come here to just pay bills and die. We didn't come here. It's not all about that. And even though I know I'm really good at it, whatever, I can do this. It works way too hard. It disconnects you from more of your love and your emotional energy, your spiritual energy. So we could do a few things with this. We could add a letter or 2 in order to really move this thing up, or we could add a letter to Gunny Nordahl, which also works. So since this total VCT is vowels, the very first letter, very first number is vowels. The second number in the middle of the 3 is the consonants. And when I add 4 plus 4 together, it equals 8. So in the same case with 8 plus 6, it's 14. And 1 plus 4 equals 5. Okay, so this is numerology, how we count. So when I'm looking at this, it already appreciates a number that says, let's do business. But the problem is that it's going to work so freaking hard and take everything on itself that it's not even fun anymore. So it's the disconnection of self. So you could keep it and you'd be like, I like things nice and rigid, or you're like, no, I want to be more flowy now. So we could take a small step and go Gudrun G, P, or Y Nordahl. And now this letter takes us over and says, let's still be hardworking. But now the 2 comes in and says, I want to work with you. And the 6 says, come here and give me a hug. Let's work really hard, and then we're going to have fun after. So it's a nice, slow and steady wins the race. It's not the hard run in and ambition and rah. It's more like, look, let's take our time. Let's build this right. And let's get going, and I'm going to be a leader. But this is like the teacher that really gives you the good experience. So there's one side. Then we have another side that's Gunny M, and that's funny because that's like your name, right? So we have this vibration, Gunny M Nordahl, which shows up that says, I'm still the vibration of wealth, but now I bring in a vibration of intuition. I could do this with my eyes closed. I'm a little bit more philosophical. I'm a bit more like quiet. And this is nice because this is an iteration of your actual name. If we look towards what we can do, if you take a look here, these are all letters that are not your name except for the letter M. So we could play around and say, what does, you could say Gudrun Magnus Dottir or Gunny Magnus Dottir. We could play around with it and come up with something cool. We could also even do something like, what is that? E and then a letter like EN or something, or EW or EH, or we could come up with a 2-letter vibration. Or if you feel it and you got that intuitive feeling to think, no, this is the one. This would be my top pick. But at the same time, I'd love to hear your thoughts about, which of these make the most sense to you. Do you want to have something that's visionary, or do you want to have something that's a bit more fun or easy?
No, I want the M rather than, or of those, it's easy to do now. And And even I could probably get away with, in Iceland, it's hard to get your name changed. All kinds of rules because of so.
So this would be the easiest one for you to actually roll with anyway, since it's your name already.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, changing your name legally, I would say you are a candidate for a legal name change. So just in case you ever want to go down that road, you could. But in the meantime, taking Gunny M. Nordahl is a wonderful way of taking the hard work out. That time is gone. We look at the three paths in your life, and they're the three numbers that you go through. So at the age of 55, it's suddenly like, I really don't want to work as hard anymore. Like, I don't want to be there with my hands and get everything done. Like, I'd rather more lead from the mentor side. And this is where the free, it's like, yeah. Let's just have fun. Let's just enjoy. And so a number like this is like hands-free. You're almost like looking around and sort of watching things than you are with the other one that says the old name that said, let me screw this in, put the screwdriver and get the hat on and figure out the ruler and the lid. And it's very much like hands-on. This one is very much hands-off. So it was very strong. You're like, bring people to me. This is what this number says. So it's all about putting the vision out there and moving that thing forward. Any comments or questions on that?
No, that's an easy change to do.
I apologize to everyone else because it's probably not going to be that easy. Okay, I remember we were dealing with Tark and we were like, what about this? What about this? What about this? And then we ended the session. He's like, dude, what about this? What about this? And it just kept on going. And so I'm blessed that you we found one right off the bat. So just in case anyone else is like, aw, can I have my name? I will work as hard as I can to get it done. But I'm just renaming you here. Okay, so Gunny M. Nordahl, welcome. Yeah. You see this, they feel it. They feel your vibration shift, and I appreciate you so much for letting me do this. You are knighted.
Yeah, in Icelandic it would be Gunni, but but it's with a dot on top, and it's pronounced a little bit different. But
you could even do that too. It still would be the same.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Well, I appreciate you.
Thank you
much. You're very, very welcome. I look forward to connecting with you. We're going to have a very spiritually in-depth conversation. Absolutely. Okay. Yes. Alina.
Good. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, Alina, if you want to unmute yourself, I'm not sure where you are. Hey. How's it going?
Hey.
Okay, so we're seeing some interesting conversation here because I told you guys the 9s and the 7s repeat themselves. So whereas Gunni was dealing with a very intuitive vibration up front, you're all heart. There's a very big heart vibration on the inside, or the total version of you. This is a big impact kind of gal. Okay, so we know that you can feel the pains of others quite well, quite easily. But then there's also a very serious young girl here. Like when we look at 8s and 9s and we see them together on a chart, they're at the very top. They're at the very end. They're at the very high end of what numerology can do. So when you're showing up as a little kid, it's like, little kid, what? I'm ready to become, I want to create. I've got lots of stuff on my plate. I've got a big vision for the planet. We've got a very hard to manage little girl here because August is like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do. I'm in my own power. It doesn't want to take orders from anyone or anything. It wants to be a boss. So interestingly enough, you want to become an entrepreneur and, it happens to you in life. It does. But then as an adult, we get a vibration here that shows up as spiritually, cosmically aware. It's going to be a little bit disconnected from the self and more into like your inner voice is almost like a microphone towards someone else's mind. So you can really hear what other people are thinking, feeling, and going through. Wonderful vibration, especially when you're like, you know what? Let's see what's on my future channel. And imagine there was a channel on TV that said your future, and you could watch it. And you're like, I love this. And you just pull the popcorn and you're like, this is my favorite part. This is where I get my house. This is where I build my house. This is where I fall in love. See, this is my kids. And you have to get really clear, everyone who sees the 7 and the 9s in their chart, especially together, where you get a chance to really dive into your future and really look at it for what it's going to be. On the challenge side of this, it may be very like the 8 in your chart, super expressive, ready to do business, ready to take on the world. And then the 7's like, oh, I'm so tired. I just want to enjoy. I want to sit back. I want to relax a little bit. I don't want to say as much. I don't want to do as much. I want to be more in a state of feeling and being and embodying. Then let's go out there and run. And when we have names like Alina, Ratna, like that, we do see it come back. but that's a bit of a combination of two things that weren't supposed to come together, because Radna was a part of another name and you just took it on instead of Vincent. So we're looking at you putting a Frankenstein of all the cool little bits and pieces of you, which isn't bad, but is it working for business? And does it matter? Yes. But because the 8 is like, hello, I want to create wealth. I want to do stuff. I want to make big things happen. But then it gets lost in the shuffle. And especially even, again, alchemy of life. It starts off with the 8, but then gets cut back down to a 3. Alina Ratna starts with the 8, gets cut back down into a 5. Then we even have you start with an 8, gets cut back down into a 3 as you go through life. So this is like the endless challenge to think, oh my God, I want to be, I can see my success. Like I know I should be successful, but every time I go, it's like, okay, there you go. Okay, there you go. Oh, there you go. There you go. And then suddenly the plate is empty. I'm like, man, there's nothing left here. And this is a challenge because you want to make sure your vibe keeps on going up. We've got really cool numbers up at the front. And by cool, I mean huge. 7, 8, 9. Okay, literally at the last 3 numbers, life path 9, very serious, very solutions driven. You can see into the future as a psychic ability, lose your voice a little bit, but you gain your third eye open. And then at 55, it goes down into the fun, the joy. And this is nice because a lot of you guys, or a few of you guys do this, where it's like, let's get the big stuff done up front, and then let's go back down into love, enjoyability, fun, and let's just dance. And so there's a big kid inside of you waiting to be expressed. You are not getting older. Your numbers are getting smaller. You're growing younger. Your life looks a bit backwards. So in case you're dealing with the struggle right now, probably means because there's a fun stuff happening up front or, afterwards, but we look to make sure your name is going to be helping you out here. Here we have, you being born. So you don't take this, you don't have this name anymore. I get it. But the stamp that you had on the very beginning was skeptical, and because you're intuitively aware and then sacrificing for others. It's kind of like watching 3 people go off into their own direction. One says, I'm going to go and do the right thing and read all the books and take all the notes. Another side says, I'm just going to meditate. I'm going to go inward into myself. And the other one says, I'm going wherever she's going, wherever he's going. I'm just going with my friend. So whatever you need, don't worry, I got you. And so it'll be a little irritated and annoyed, but at the same time, you're still going to sacrifice yourself anyway. And so there's that feeling inside of that name, Alina Vaidamain. Okay, so when we take a look at that one, you moved into Vincent, then you moved into Radna. So you're quickly, not quickly, but shuffling in through your vibration, and a private conversation, we get a chance to timestamp all of these different energies that have been present in your life coming up till today. This is where we want to make sure that we have got a name that works so super freaking powerfully, and you're so close. It's like so close. So let's take a look at what we can do here, because I think you're going to like this. So Alina Ratna, we're going to take a look at the vibrations you have here. And the first one that we see is you taking a vibe of the letter, let's say, and we could even play around with this and say, can we put a letter of your name? So in case none of these really vibrate with you, we can start using some of the other words that you've got in your chart, like putting in your other name or whatever it is, or however you'd like to. But as we look at Alina Ratna, what I want to do is I want to tweak it just a couple of degrees, one way or the other, to allow this thing to express. Right now, this is the most powerful level of wealth, the most powerful level of family in the negative. So it's like, oh my God, I'm spending faster than I make. I can't keep up with my kids or my business. I've got this one thing, but it's just slipping through my fingers. Then it wants to, and it's ambitious. So it's even more frustrating because it's like, I know I can do this. I know I can do this. I know I can do this. Come on, snap out of it. And we can't, because that feeling of the 5 is like the opposite version of generating wealth. It's ambition. So we have to make sure that explosive device gets connected on the right wire. Otherwise, you see that's why they sweat in the movies. They're like, you gotta make sure you cut the right, otherwise the bomb explodes. And this is like, they're like, uh-oh, I have been there. And that feeling in there is that we don't want to make you angry. We don't want to make you upset or irritated, because more often than not, you'll just blow up on the inside. And the anguish that goes on the inside can be very challenging. Every so often, mama's going to get a little tired, and this challenge is going to come out forward, and it's going to express itself outward, and then you're going to feel guilty. And there's that shame and that power, negative power that works against you. So we're going to stop talking about the horror story. Let's go into the power mode of you. and we've got a couple of options here. So let's say you're like, and funny how all of your letters are hanging out in the mastery, okay? So or in the massive challenge, which is these are the good ones to have. So going up them, okay, we kind of see them increasing in its level of dynamic as we go through. The vibration for God is a very powerful one of patience, parent, business person, and this is what puts everything into order. Like right now it's 865, and we're like, wait, that's the opposite of what it should be. Right now it's with the U, so you go Alina U Radna, shows up as 2 for partner, 6 for parent, and 8 for wizard. So if we're looking at the God vibration, this would be someone we pray to, someone we consider Divine Mother or Holy Father, depending on which religion you go into, right? And then wizard-like creator, which says, I'm gonna, make whatever I want to happen, but it's connected to the emotional love of helping, healing others. Nice thing, Queen also does that, in case you want a bit more of a feminine flair to this, if you want to express your mother to this, or if you want to express your woman to this. And men would get the same idea in case they took this name. But since you're a female, we're not going to call you king, of course. We're going to call you leader, woman leader as a queen. And so that vibration, Alina A Ratna, you could even spell Alina with an extra A. You could even hide it inside of Ratna. So just to be very subtle, you could take the vibration there. And then the same vibration happens with the J or the S, which gives us a vibe of says, I've got my business, my spirituality, and my family all together. This is one of the more powerful vibes for you because your name already says 7, 8, and 9. So to take an 8, 7, and a 6, it really hangs out at this high level of vibration. Then we have the bigger version of you, which is the one that's like, puts its family to the side, hire a babysitter, hire someone to help you with the house. I'm going to take my business, it's not even a business anymore. It's a global vision now. Now it's like we're going to change the world, and we're going to really, like things like Tarek says, like, what I want from this is for all of us to be a cohesive mechanism, and every piece of the puzzle needs to be in place. Like Balazs talks like that. And even my business, I feel the same way. I'm going to help change the world. I'm going to create something for it. This one sacrifices a lot. This is why I don't use this every day, because I've got small kids. Because I don't want to be away from them. I don't want to give away my 6. I want to have that in power. The C or the L says, let me put away my family for a minute, 5 years, and then like at least, and if you really want this thing to fly, you have to have a concentrated effort to build a spaceship that will take you to the next level. So if it's not one of these letters, we can continue to go forward. But what do you think? Did you feel the zap for any one of those initials? Or was there something calling you saying we should try something else or another variation?
Yeah, what I'm not entirely sure is about like what if I keep the Ratna or not. Like it's really like I don't have a problem with my first name, but it's really like the name that follows that I really don't feel the big yes yet. You know what I mean?
Okay, so if it wasn't, let's just try Alina Vincent. Is that where we're kind of going with this?
I don't know. I'm open to see what comes up with it. Yeah.
What was the other name other than Ratna? You had, it was Premna?
No, that was going together with Prem Ratna. It was like together, but that's like a Sanskrit Indian name that has a strong connotation to it also, So
it's like someone gave that to you?
Yeah, my teacher, spiritual teacher.
That's fine. I deal with a lot of people who get names from their gurus or from their yogis or whatever it is, and it's a very powerful, loving feeling for sure. Their names are very close to God, so it's a blessing to have that. But then when you start combining it and things like that, it starts to lose its original vibration. So going back, let's just say, hey, Alina Vincent, okay? If you were to take Alina Vincent, you would be able to run still with vibration here, but we would be looking at, I'm just trying to see here, DEF. So we would see something like this. Like here would be Alina F or Alina X Vincent. It looks pretty cool. And then we also have Alina O Vincent, which is back up here. And we have Alina O Vincent. So just in case that one wants to show up, I'm not sure if Vitamin still holds anything for you or if you wanted to consider it at all.
Say it again.
Vitamin, is that how we see your original last name? Vedamine?
It feels a little bit heavy.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We don't have to go in through that, especially if Vincent's the way you're working with, or if there's another name that you want to consider. But then again, look at this now, guys. We were just playing around with our letters, and even with Alina X Vincent or Alina O Vincent or F Vincent, you're still hanging out at the top. So we have to kind of look at this again and be like, there's a spiritual destiny here that you're not going to, it's not going to allow you to be like, look, I just want to have fun. I just want to enjoy. I don't want to take things too seriously. It's like any one of these iterations so far are showing you as a giant level of leadership, which is also a part of the challenge to think, what have you got to go through in order to get there? And the stuff that we go through, our mess becomes our message. So do any of these letters come out a little bit stronger for you now? Or do you feel like we haven't really found it yet?
I think we're getting closer, but I'm not entirely sure. Like I'm not entirely sure about like the family name attachment to the lineages. I feel like there might be something completely new that does not come from the families, you know, like doesn't come from my stepdad, or that doesn't come from my blood lineage. I feel like there's something else, even though Vincent feels better than Vedemane or Ratna feels a bit harsh on the pronunciation side of things, and obviously hasn't been working for my business because it's been my business name. And it's kind of like it's slow to take off, and financially it's going backwards, even if the business is moving forward. It's kind of weird. I feel like I'm in a very paradoxical space right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. When I was broke, I didn't have any money, and I was just basically living at home, couldn't pay $200 a month rent to my parents. And now that I'm making more money, the bills are more, and it's like more money's being spent, and I've got a more expansive life, but yet there's the financial challenges are even higher. And it's crazy to think how much desperation I was in a place where I was super safe, and now here I'm in no safety net, and I feel pretty good. So it's nice to sort of build that conversation, but I'd like to think that things are getting taken away from you so that we can clean your cup in order to really fulfill it with the divine level of love that it needs to be. Is there another word or another name that you have been considering or that you want to migrate towards?
Could you try Zora?
Like,
Z-O-R-A.
Okay, let's do that. Let's try it. So here, it's funny, it does the exact same thing as where you were at the beginning. So what I would be doing with that is I'd be putting either a letter D, M, or V. So Alina V Zora, M Zora, or D. Or you could even take the letter F, no, or the letter O. So you could take like a vibration like that has the extra O in it, or even like, but then you don't want to say Zura, but to Alina O Zora, or even Zora like that, you know, would look really well in case you wanted to run a vibration that way, which show up like this, which is again very indicative of this power that you have that was sitting, hiding in your birthday. This would feel like it would move you quite quickly, because this is like, oh, I get this now. And that 7 and that 8 are very connected to itself in a really big way. So just in case something like that shows up, that would be a very, very powerful feel. Does that feel a little bit better, or did that extra O kind of throw it off?
No, it's actually interesting, but I'm also writing down the Alina O Vincent that you mentioned before. As you mentioned, that could be quite powerful. So I think I kind of need to maybe sit with the options.
Yep.
I've written down. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to go like this. Alina O Vincent. What we're going to do is we're going to let it sit there for you as well, so that while you're kind of like simmering, letting it sort of come to fruition point, you can see it there as part of the alignment to think, okay, let me hold this energy right now. But I'll tell you this is part of your destiny, because you have a 9 and an 8 inside of your birthday. So to know that you could go that high, and perhaps maybe if you go anywhere else besides this high, it's going to offer you anxiety to think I should be doing more. I should be playing at the highest level. When you said most power or more powerful, it's literally the most powerful. Like there is nothing higher than this in terms of a vibration. So if you hold a 7 in your chart and you hold 2 of them, you may want to just think about things before you really truly commit to them. That's okay. It could take you a day, it could take you a week. If it takes you over a month, I'm thinking it's probably not the right number for you. But let's hold on to this one for now. And then if you, by the end, be like, Bobby, I need to change this, we can go in further. Or if we need to do this privately, we can. But is that fair enough?
Sure. What about the Elina X Vincent that you mentioned? That was like one notch down. Like, do you mind saying again?
Yep.
That was about.
Now we have this one here, and this one says the X shows up with half brain, half heart. Not half brain, full heart. This one is like double brain. Okay, so you've got like massive level of super brain here, and it's like, I want to change the world. This one's like, I want to change the world, but I need seats for my kids in the car. And I also want to help other people find the family inside of themselves as well. So having this is a bit more emotionally connecting, and that's nice. When I look at your chart, you're like, these numbers are like, I guess it would be nice to have an emotional connection in there, but it's not the main priority. The main priority is the focus on what needs to get happen. There will be time for fun later, I promise. There's always time for fun everywhere you should go. You should make it, but you are growing into a much more fun time of your life, which means, and I'm 84 here, we're all kind of the same age, you're in a zone right now. You need to really pay attention to this mastery level of reason why you're in this planet before you start taking advantage of the super fun. I made it. Now we're just enjoying vibration. So this vibration with the Elina X Vincent now gives us more of a vibe of I want to enjoy it all right now. I want to be a mother. I want to be a mom of young kids. I want to have my business. I want to have my community, my family. I want to keep everything together, and I want it to have an emotional investment as well. This one's more of a law of attraction investment that says, let's change the world, and we're going to put aside loving things for the moment. Doesn't mean you're not going to be loving. It just means that you're going to be straight focused on the vision, and that's not a bad thing either. So okay. I know it's a little bit tough to think, which is the one that shows up. If you're open to it, maybe you ask the group and they put in their chat which one feels most vibrant for you. Also, you could take a pen and sign it out and think which one makes you feel like you just hit 6A or you just hit 100 sales in your business. Just in case those vibrations show up. But we'll let it simmer and let it sort of sit in your mind. I think this is some of the most empowering vibration that you could take, seeing as what your birthday looks like. However, alchemy of life doesn't do anything for wealth. So in case you're looking to create business here, it's a great business idea. It'll just work itself into exhaustion and then just feel like, nothing's going to happen here. Or it's going to self-doubt. Or it's like it started off as a good idea, but then it turned out into like a mix mash of the vibration. So just in case, I can't put a letter to alchemy of life because it wouldn't, you could, alchemy of life E or alchemy of life N or alchemy of W life. Like it doesn't quite read as a sentence anymore, and people are going to be like, what's that? So in case we were to play with it, I'm just going to try one more thing to see if I can make it kind of easy. Alchemy, the alchemy life would work, or the life alchemy would work perfectly. But alchemy of life is dead in the water. And it's tough to align a name like that because putting a letter doesn't make any sense. But if you wanted to just, in terms of brand name, this would be specific for alchemy of life, very, very mindful mentors, power for life. I wouldn't do that for a business page. If you're planning on spending dollars to advertise, you would like to make sure they see you first. It's like at a party, you introduce yourself as alchemy of life. No, you would say, I'm Elina O. Vincent, nice to meet you. And I have a business called, the Life Alchemy or the Alchemy Life. It would be much more easier put together in case you want to consider that. Or did you want maybe to leave it? I really hate to leave a red spot on my chart, but I would. Yeah.
Not attached to it. I used to have like my name, just like my website is also Elina Ratna now. Like until now, I was like playing with the name as my brand, and then considered maybe something like that. We were playing around with names also with Chanel and Tarek when I visited them, but I also think that the name can be the business brand name in that sense.
It should be. Honestly, you are the brand. So just in case you want to resurrect Alchemy of Life, the Life Alchemy, the Alchemy Life would actually work. Okay, so just so you know. So we'll leave that up there for now. And if you want to take a couple steps down into the heart a little bit more, if you feel like that's more intuitively calling you, we can absolutely come in there. But I appreciate you, Alina O. Vincent. I'm just going to quickly put this up for you real quick. And then that way we can, I can put your number to look like this, and then it'll really start to feel whether or not this is the right one or not. But it's like standing at the very top of the mountain. So with a number like that, you see the whole vision in front of you. It will pull out everything. Ask Susie. It'll really just, even Tarek, it pulls everything out and, you know, makes you deal with it and gets you to the higher level. So cool.
Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. I appreciate you. Let's just make sure we're going to meet you there. And then Iana, if you want to unmute yourself, Iana. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Bobby. Thank you.
Great to connect with you. This was a fun looking chart. This is a tale of two women here. Okay. One part is the super sweet, very, very loving vibration, very, very smiley. And then the other side is calm, connected, quiet, and reserved. So there's going to be 2 points to your chart. One part, the 7, intuitive. Again, we've got a very strong seer vibration. But then on the inside, it just wants to have fun, just wants to enjoy. If someone cuts in front of you in the lineup, you'll be like, that's okay, I really don't care. And then, you know, it's like, it's all good. Like, I don't need to stand up for myself as much as I want to. And it's a challenge because even just that comment, it's like a trigger. Because like that one in there is like, no, I do want to stand up for myself. I just don't know how. And we have this 371 name. Again, 3137. So these vibrations of little girl, old soul, leader, little girl, old soul, leader, little girl, and it's just this thing keeps why people don't know how old you are. You don't. You act, as soon as you open your mouth, like as soon as you open your mouth, people are gonna be like, whoa, you talk a lot older than you look, and then, you know, that feeling of wisdom starts to show up really quickly. But then also there's a lot of loss for words. Be like, fuck, I know what this looks like in my head. I just can't express it. And there's a challenge in there. And it ends up just making things feel and look awkward. Then you go for a legal name change. That's huge. That's really, really big. Okay. And you look at this number, 369. Just to take my little blue square here to take a look at these numbers for love. I'm just going to put this over here. 369. So we're looking at these vibrations that show up again. And we're like, huh, interesting. There's a combination effect that shows up here. What am I doing? Let's do it like this. 369, right? And then, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We'll go wealth for 468 and then love for 369. So, and let's just put it together. There we go. That's what I want to do. So when we're looking at a vibration of love, you're all about it. Okay. So with your new legal name change, this is a divine sacred geometry for love. So you taking this thing on through meditation would have come straight from the highest power. The problem is that it doesn't have a sense of self. So when we're looking, you're like, that one again. I need to find out who I am. I need to be in my own power. I need to stand up for myself. And this name says there is no self. It's all about loving and taking care of and serving others, and very, very powerful inside of that. Let me take care of others. Super sweet, very loving and caring, very maturely caring as well. And then a very cosmic level of love. So you're like occupying space on all ages. And that's a very challenging thing to experience, especially since, 1974 here, like you want to be in your power mode. And then when you look for your power and all you see is your little girl dresses, you're like, shh, this isn't fitting. I don't have the right vibe. I can't wear this anymore. I want to be in my power, my queen mode. And it doesn't quite speak up for the self-love the way that we want it to, or the way we'd love it to. We see more of the loving numbers as we go through the second half of the group here. In this case, it's like, shoot, you're like, what are you talking about? Of course I'm loving to everyone but myself. Yeah, that's true. And there's a very big challenge to express itself for you. we would want to move this thing around a little bit. So I know Swanson was suggested. I'm not sure. I guess.
Yeah. I'd rather just drop it. I don't know what happens if I drop it.
Okay, so let's take a look at that one. So we go, actually it's a topic of conversation for us, especially in a private conversation where we look at Iana Veronica, because now this is a power. This actually does give you a power. So if you were to take it, and just say, let me just drop this. Not only do you actualize on yourself, but you also complete the conversation of your intuition. This 7 and this 1 show up, but you notice how the 3 is like a little bit of the 8 is missing. It's like a part of us is not there. And when we look at Iana Veronica, it not only does it roll off the tongue really well, but it also actualizes on a deeper level of power that you have available for you. And that's like massive vibration that we get a chance to see works in your benefit. We're getting a suggestion here from Becca, Iana Eve. That might work if you want to take a look at something like that.
Actually, we were talking about that today before, because I don't really connect with the spelling of my birth name Eva, but Eve in English is something that I really like, actually. But I don't know how it would go with.
If you were to take Iana Eve, we would need one more letter to it in order to make it work. So you could end up taking what was it? If we're looking, we're just going to borrow this from Maretta here. Would be the G, P, Y, J, or S, or A. So either love, connection, spirituality, business, or global vision. If in case you wanted to put like one of those letters inside of Iana Eve, but then looking at like Iana,
actually, just the putting one letter, it's something I'm really not resonating with. I mean, there could be exceptions for sure.
Sure. I mean, I can appreciate if you don't feel like you want to do it, you don't have to. But
it would be interesting to look more into it, maybe. But
you could put something like Eve, like that, right? If you were to spell it a little differently, or you can't really hide the G or P in there because it's a little harsh. But we would say this one would probably be your best bet so far. But if you're not resonating with that, then we don't want to put that there. How does that feel if I do that?
That feels good. I've already been thinking actually of doing that on Facebook.
Okay.
So
like
it's
putting Iana Veronica?
Yeah.
Pay attention to the 7s. You're psychic. You're playing into your future. So you were watching and looking at, I can see myself doing that. And when I look at this, it's spiritual confirmation that you actually get to express what you've been hiding inside of here all along. And it really expresses towards wealth, whether you do this legally or not. I'm not sure. Tarek is saying, what happens with Veronica with a K? Would you like to consider that?
No.
Okay. Tarek, the answer is no. It's okay. My sister's name is Veronica, and just between us, the name is actually very balanced. So when you see Veronica, it's like a loving, caring vibration of super sweetie, and I care about you, and I want to take care of you. I want to do the right thing for you, and I'm not going to be muddled up with myself. It's very supportive, in other words. So but if you let's say numerologically, just curious, okay, we'll take a look at that, and why not? Let's do it. Cool. It removes its level of communication. It goes from 178 to 167. So it basically takes us down and doesn't go anywhere. So unless you want to go somewhere by yourself. Now, what about very, very? What's this? Where does that show up?
It's my company business name. Actually, it was another name from the beginning also, but then I wanted to make some changes. So I used VER from Veronica and I from Iana.
If you go, this was a quick one that I saw, and it's very subtle, very. If in case that vibrates with you, I'm not sure if it does or not, but that's a wonderful looking vibration that allows you access from your spiritual into your business, into your communication, or even very vero. So depending on how it shows up, or if you were to take something like that, I didn't know how we were gonna. You could even do very vario, or vario like, but adding that extra O in there would be extraordinary. You could even take an X or an F. Very. I don't know. That doesn't really roll off. But very on its own was something that I was dealing with, and it was a very challenging vibe because
it's challenging to say it actually somehow.
Yeah, somehow it's challenging because this vibration here.
It means like very. It means truth in Latin, so that's also where it comes from. And I work with information and communication, so it has a connection to that.
That's awesome.
I would maybe think of adding another word
Did you think of the word
to
yet?
it, but I haven't thought of any. No.
So like, how about like?
There's nothing we need to maybe.
Yeah, like very data. Like just as a quick little conversation, like that one.
Yeah.
It works pretty good, but it removes you from intuition, and it just moves you to passion in business. But maybe, if you'd like, we can always talk about it offline. Or did you have another one you were thinking about?
No, I don't really have a suggestion for it.
And is this the?
But I mean, I'm also like moving away from working in the way I have done. So it would actually feel really nice to add another word to it, or maybe even changing it completely.
Okay, that sounds like we're a bit early for that conversation.
Yeah.
What I will suggest is that you rock your business Enagic page.
Yeah.
Talking business brand name, unless you're an already established business and you want to have that conversation here. I'm assuming that we're talking about your business fan page for what you show up with for your entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
This is a coach.
I can use this, yes.
This is a coach, a mentor, and a leader. This is someone who will really help listen to what other people are going through. And it brings you a strong level of wisdom to your financial conversation, okay?
It resonates a lot, actually.
This is you. This is actually your legal name.
Yeah.
So it's the resonance is going to be should effectively be very high. But I appreciate you, Iana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're very welcome. Let's go into Laura. If you want to bring Laura out, I'm just going to mute you here. And what about, there you go, unmute you if I can, or if you can try to unmute yourself.
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
Can I just ask, is there going to be a recording so I don't need to take notes right now? Or
I'm recording this, and a few of us are, and I will provide one for you just in case. And I'll also provide an audio recording so you guys can use this, listen to it while you're at the gym if you want. But okay, so Laura, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fire. There's a lot of passion. There's fives in your chart. This is a warrior vibration, and Tarek's like, oh, okay, there's a feeling in there. There's this 5 energy that says, I want to go and I want to make something happen. And I like this vibe. This is a vibration. You can't really tell her anything. She's going to do what she wants to do. And traveling, being open and free is a big part of the game. But it's also surrounded around a lot of heart. So you could feel a lot of pains and emotions of others, and almost want to act on it. Like you mentioned that you were in health. You said like a nurse?
Nurse, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So imagine that. Like this is like, I'm going to fight for the others. I'm going to do things for others. Or I'm going to help other people, because you can feel what they're going through. And it almost will create an unfair sense of exhaustion when you go through life. Because it's like you're leaving it all out. You're giving it all to others. And then it just turns into it's a messy situation, because with all that passion, we should be financially rewarded. But in the opposite, it almost feels like I can't keep up. I can't keep up with my bills or with my vibration, or I'm always chasing the last thing that I did. And, that feeling is in there. And then I take a look at this name, Laura Suzanne Main. This is the name you're born with. This is the same vibration as Bobby. So when I look at the vibe here, I'm like, oh, I know how this looks. I know how loving you are. I know how irritated you can get. And then I know how much you just want to do your own thing. And there's that challenge in there that it goes from, I want to care, love, help, heal others. And then I'm just going to be strict with my time or myself, with feelings of I'm not good enough. Then the one, which is a negative one, I can't quite see myself for my truth. And when we look inside further, Lola Mai, or whatever, however you want to pronounce this, May, Lola May is the exact same thing that Bobby Parihar was working with before I took my letter. So before I took my letter, I was dealing with this, which was, I'll be very busy, but someone else profits from this. I'll be very smart, but someone else enjoys this. And it's like, uh-oh. So we could move this around the same way that I did with mine, with an F, an X, or an O, or an H, a Q, or a Z when we're looking towards your name. But at the same time, I'm curious if this is the direction we're going, if we're going to keep Lola, or if you want to consider something like Laura Susie, Laura Suzanne, or Laura Main with a letter, or something like we could.
I think a lot of my intuition has been kind of tapping me saying maybe I should be going back to Laura. But yeah, Laura Suzanne. But yeah, it's the second name, Main, that I feels a little bit harsh. So I don't know. There's very different vibrations, Laura Suzanne and Lola May. So it's really about, what I said earlier, about finding, my balance and my voice, really, and that sort of being grounded in what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's put Laura back up, because between Laura and Lola, Laura is more fun and it's more expressive. Your voice is very much more powerful there. It speaks to its enjoyability. So Laura would be a great place to start. And then if I go things like, and you said Maine wasn't really you weren't too eager for that?
Well, it's just Laura Main. I don't know. So yeah, what do you say?
Laura May actually does work and help, but it's missing one thing. Like I would say Laura B May, or a Laura K May, or Laura T May would really be the one that moves us forward. Or even Laura D, Laura M, or Laura V May would also work. Like you were to do like May, that's a little tough. How about Laura May, like that? Would we consider something like Laura Suze or Susie? Would that be a thing?
Yeah, maybe not Susie. I kind of, maybe the Laura Suzanne. What's this with the Z? The Laura Suzanne. What does that?
It does not help us, and actually, because this is a name that you have. This is you.
Yeah.
So Laura Suzanne works really hard and doesn't know when to stop. That's like, you're like, oh, they can feel the chills, giving like, that's the problem, that's the challenge. And so if I were to go Laura Suzanne, I would be putting an extra Z in there, like that. Okay, so just in case you wanted to run that way, now, we're back to fun. We're back to enjoyability, back to this 5, this entrepreneur energy that you can run by the seat of your intuition. Very, very powerful inside of that. Just in case you wanted to move the vibration around, super subtle, no letter, like just a different take on Suzanne. One more. Try that one. Yeah, this one would also work. Suzanne, but then it's a little bit different. It's a bit of a shorter version of the name. What do you think?
Okay. And so did you say that Laura, the name Laura was better than the Lola?
It really is, but we could make Lola work if we wanted to do something with it. Let's try Lola Suzanne. Definitely would not take that. I would put something else on it in order to vibrate that out. Like you would go like this. Lola Susanna, like that. Or with Suzanne's, or even like that. So, but then people start to think you're from a different part of the world.
Yeah, I think the Laura Suzanne. And what was it with other letters in there?
If we let's say Laura Suzanne like this, you could add a Q, you could add an H, okay, you could add a Z here. You could also do, what's this one? Oh, sorry, hold on, let me just try here. Go Laura Suzanne with an X. There's also the Laura X Suzanne or Laura F Suzanne or Laura O Suzanne. Also work as well, just in case any of those kind of zap at you there.
Yeah, I need to, I don't know, as Melina said, I'd need to go through them. Just going, maybe that Laura X, I suppose there is good. Let me just write this down, sorry. And going back to the, if it was with the main, sorry to be annoying, but if I was keeping my second name, what would you have said?
I would have said this, Laura X main. Ooh, ooh, that's like massive power, and it's like a huge vibration. You could even take the letter F, and when I say massive, I mean like woman on fire, like queen mode. So there's a really strong vibe in there. How about O? No. How
Sorry,
about, or even this one, Laura H main, Q main, or Z main, holds, again, massive level of communication power, big level purpose, finding your voice, and make money while your voice is working.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I like them both, but yeah, I need to have a little think about them.
Which one do you want to leave in the space while you think?
Okay, so let me just write it down. So Laura Z main or Laura X.
Laura X main, yeah, looked really good too.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that good for communication?
It's the most powerful for communication. If you guys see me talk about this number, I gave it to my son when he was born. So for me, personally speaking, I'm like, oh, this is the best, but you have to be down with love. You got to be real with like your communication from your heart. And that can be tough because with a bunch of these fives that have been happening and also a -6, it may be the best thing to heal you, but also one of the most challenging things to grow. So I'd say that this one would serve you the most, or you could take the letter F. So just in case that one shows up, yeah, would be a wonderful vibration there.
Okay, so I'll maybe leave the X there just now. And
leave it there for now, and then if it comes up by the end of the call, or if you need to message me afterwards and let me know. But this thing is like massive energy. Like we've got Chanel running this vibration too. Legally, she's changing her name to this, and it speaks of communication leadership. But if it doesn't have the, the zap, would you consider spelling Laura differently? Lora or something, or Lara?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to considering and see how it feels within me.
Okay, try Laura. Yeah, it's not quite coming together.
Yeah.
The way that I wanted to. So let's leave it at Laura X main for now. And then that way we can revisit it if you and sign your name. See how it feels. Sometimes people feel like a weird letter can be kind of a novelty. I had the choice of an X. The reason why I took an F is because my middle name was Francisco, but I was dealing with the F, the X, the H, the Q, the Z, and I'm like, these numbers are very difficult to experience because I don't know what letters they would look like. But F was very easy for me because I was like, oh, it's my middle name. So just in case that comes into topic, I like to think you're in good company with this kind of a vibration. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I like it. Okay, but I feel like we haven't found it. To be fair, I feel like we're still looking for it. Let's come back. Let's come back to it, and then that way we can continue. Maybe it's a cool new word or spelling, or think about it. Let your intuition fly on this.
Thanks, Bobby. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very, very cool. The comments are kind of neat there. Chanel's coming in for you. Laura Z, Suzanne looks cool. Lyra is cool as well. It's a little bit of a shift from the name, but yes, definitely. And even Susie saying it feels courageous after meeting you in person. I feel Laura over Lola. And to be fair, anonymity online. Sometimes you just don't want your clients to find you on Facebook. Like that's okay. Even especially with a name like this, it would definitely deviate. But it is about stepping into your voice. Right now, if you go Lola, you're really not. You're stepping away from your voice. Because you had to put that there just to do a little like puff cloud of
Yeah.
sparkles to keep people busy while they don't know who you truly are. So going back to Laura, I think is a big deal, especially since the number inside of there looks really good. Okay, so let's move forward, and then interrupt us or put me on the chat if you absolutely want to come back again. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to where are you? I'm going to take your name and let's do this. And what I'll do is I will rename you for the time being, Laura Exmain. And then that way you can feel that vibration as it sort of sits with you on your Zoom handle of all things. It's like a small little, imagine we're in a clothing store and you've taken this outfit on, you're zipping it up, and we're not asking you to buy it. We're not asking you to take it out. You can just run around the store with it. Store's closed for us. Okay, so we get a chance to see how we play and feel. We're playing dress up. Okay, Megan, let's grab Megan out. Thank you so much. Where are you?
I'm here. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I'm so intrigued by how easily everyone's changing their names. I feel like I was really tied to mine, so I'm interested to know what's going to come up here.
Let's find something really cool, because I have a lot of love for the numbers that are showing up inside of your birthday. Just to be fair, I have these numbers, so 6, 1, and 11. Okay, so I see them inside of my birthday, so I'm like, oh, I feel the same feelings that you feel here. But then you're going to say that about everyone you meet, because you feel everyone's love, pain, joy, expression. Life Path 9, we see you as a humanitarian, someone of very strong connection to source, emotions. The vibrations inside of here can overextend yourself to no end. It feels like you've just like given everything you've had, and then you've gone into debt to give more of what you even didn't have to others. And this is like the way that it should be, because that's how your birthday would like to express itself. Life Path 9, we cannot blame you for your large level heart. Then born in January, we look at 2 opposing numbers. In my side of the world, when you dial 911, you're expecting an emergency responder. You're expecting someone to come in and save the day. And I need that vibration of love, but I also need that leader to run through traffic and absolutely come and get me. And so when we have a 9-1 over the front end of your life, this can be a little challenging, a little shifting, a little feeling like the whole world is on your shoulders. This can create a challenge inside of your voice, even a challenge inside of your identity. But we like to think that when you activate and you do something powerful for the planet, that it will be felt. Then we look even further. 2 plus 9 is 11, everybody. That's how I get 11 here. 29th. 9 over 11 is literally the emergency angel responder. So we've got, and then you're like licking your blade here. 595, master warrior. Okay, like we saw this here in Laura's like very passionate level of fighter style energy. Traveling, staying open, staying free is a very big name of the game. But we look to your chart, your destiny says, I'm growing from leader into angel into a queen vibe. So there is a love center that will expand and grow itself. By this point in your life, you will have gone through all of the things you needed to go through. The 11s are challenging. It's a mastery experience. So that means you have to go through much, 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 much more than the average person will ever even need to go through. But it's for purposes of helping, healing, assisting, sorting, giving to people, helping them deal with stuff. That feeling of the 11 is where that shows up. So as a Life Path 11, I feel you. You know, we've gotten the bad side of conversations, the bad side of relationships, the bad side of partnerships, but it makes us more powerful in the long term, and it grows itself into a sensation of love, balance. You'll be just fine. In case you're dealing with any kind of anxiety, this 5s in there are going to kind of like, and second guess myself and throw it away. No, I need it. And we're going to be very active underneath a very calm exterior. The 7 is like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm completely cool as a pickle, but every pickle was once a cucumber dumped in, vinegar. So we have to recognize that there's a fire, a fight, or a thing going on inside of Megan Rohan Taylor, where we want to quite possibly move it around, move it over. Looking at this further, what would I suggest? I came up with some cool letters. So there's, let's start at the top. Megan J or Megan S Rowan Taylor. Okay. This vibration here shows up as, again, godlike creation, which is really powerful since you have a 6 and you have a 2 inside of your chart already. So it'd be the easiest vibrational shift into the energy you want it to be. And then there's also the fun ones, which are like, look, I'm taking things too seriously right now. I just want to go Megan A. Rohan Taylor. And this is like, I just want to fun. I just want to enjoy. I don't want to be too serious. I would be it would be unlikely that you'd feel comfortable here just because of how big your chart looks like superhero. This is like the part in the Spider-Man movie, spoiler alert, where he doesn't want to take his outfit with him because he just wants to be a kid. Can I stop being Spider-Man for a minute? And you're like, no, I have to be a superhero. This is a very big angel queen leader thing going on. And so this might not fit. If it does, it's very small or short.
What happens if I take away the hyphen Taylor so that for the affiliate marketing, I'm just my original Megan Rowan, but for my personal page, I could keep that hyphen Taylor?
Let's try that one. Megan Rohan. Oh, no wonder you're frustrated. Come on, that's a good-looking name.
I've only just literally renamed it as well. That's funny.
Oh, like, yes, like that feels a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
when we see a vibration, and this is you, right, before marriage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, man. So, okay. Disciplined, dedicated, patient, loving, caring, and connecting. This is a teacher, but it's also patient to understand. It's not going to let its emotion get in the way. It's also going to be able to read things based on experience. This is a wonderfully looking power name, just in case you wanted to keep it. Yes, I like the way that it looks. If that's what's pulling you confidently, we would take it. If you feel like there's something missing, it's probably because the 4 makes things a bit more technical, and the vibrations inside of your chart are either ambition or emotional. So are you okay taking, I mean, this is going back to a part of your life that says, I'm fine. I love the way I am. I love the way I look. I'm confident in myself. You know, I've produced results. This is where that name shows up. But then again, people will be like, is everything okay, you know, inside of your marriage and things like that? You'd be like, I'm fine. No, it's okay. It's
No,
just,
I can keep the hyphenated one on my personal page and just have this one as my business. Then that works.
okay.
So what does the 2 stand for though? If because you're saying the 4 is for wealth and the 6 is for communication, I think. But what's the 2 doing?
Partnership, connection, mentorship, and let's work together. So it's about conversation and being a mentor for people. So we put Megan Rohan on there, but it still deals with the challenge of where were we? Hold on.
Well, see, look, my Zoom's name is still just Megan Rowan.
Yeah. See, I saw that.
So what about a middle letter or initial of some sort?
If we go inside of Megan Rohan, the only initial that we could use to make it more powerful would be either like AA, or you could do where would this look like? I'm just trying to see here how it would be. EV or EM or ED, or you could even do something like DEF, EF or EX or EO. Does that work? Yeah. Yeah, EO would also work. It's like 2 letters. If we took one, it would be Megan B, Megan K, or Megan T, and it would be the same thing that Goonie was dealing with, which is a lack of emotion and all logic. So it would be tough to run that because Megan Rohan T is like almost there, you know, like.
Yeah. So on the middle column, if you were to keep it as was it 426 or 246 or something, I think, when you changed it to green. But the right-hand column for the business name, that's my wellness business. So that was Mindful Mentors, and that one I have created a website, a URL, and all sorts going for that one.
When I was, it's a challenge because when you say things like website, URL, going for branding, I'm like, shoot, your Mindful Mentors doesn't actually work very well, and it's gonna be a challenge. Like, this is what was it? what was it called? Mindful Mentors?
Mindful Mentors, yeah. So if you put the Megan Rowan back in the center column and Mindful Mentors in the right-hand column,
Let's do that. So let's
that
go.
works for me.
Let's go here like this. And then here we go, Mindful Mentors.
Yeah.
It was,
again, this is a brand new thing. So both of the ones that you didn't like are like part of this new life.
so look here, how did it show up? How about the Mindful Mentor works really well, but
Oh, okay.
are you like neck deep into this already? Like you've already gotten the t-shirts made and the
I have got my Instagram is my Mindful Mentors Life, and my website is mindfulmentors.net.
okay, wait, so let's do this. My Mindful Mentors Life.
Yeah, is my Instagram and Facebook.
My Mindful Mentors Life. Okay, hold on. Take out my. If you go Mindful Mentors Life, Instagram, Instagram worthy, really good. This says mentor. Like, let's just go Mindful Mentors Life. If you were to do this on your Instagram, literally says that. It says, I want to be a mentor to you. I'm going to listen to what you say. Now listen to what I have to tell you because it's going to make you money. And you're going
I'm
to get.
fairly sure it was taken, and that's why I had to put the my in front of it, but I can go back and check.
Yeah, you could try something like, and being super sneaky, like put a little dot there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Mindful Mentors 0 or 9. Yeah, but I can, you know, or even Mindful Life Mentors, right? Something like that. You know, if that's in the cards, right? But I can appreciate that. That's a bit.
What about Life of Mindful Mentors?
Life of Mindful Mentors. Let's go and try that. Life of.
Yeah.
It would be like Life of the Mindful Mentors. That's how that would work. And that one would be a lot more fun. A lot of fun. So it'd be a very much social thing. In case you took this to Instagram of all places, where people want to see things, and this is like an art form on side of Instagram. You're posting pictures mostly. That's it, right? And so this is the very key indicator of that. Life of the Mindful Mentors. It's nice. It kind of has a little click to it.
Don't think it's a bit long?
Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, and you're asking me to take it, yes, it is too long. So I would probably be like, it's a bit too much.
Yeah,
but,
bit of a mouthful.
Let's go. And you said the. Oh no.
I've just so my my actual email address and website are just called mindfulmentors.net, and then Instagram and Facebook are my Mindful Mentors Life. But obviously, I can change the handle for those. But it just depends on what's available.
Yeah, mindfulmentors.net works really, really well. Okay, so just your URL is good. Just don't do this. Don't put www on it. You don't need to do that anymore. Mindfulmentors.net, and people will understand. .net means it's a web page. So if you could advertise that way, and like even my thing shows up and says, "Oh, see," and it doesn't even take you there. Oh, doesn't do it. Sometimes.
I'm only just about to send something out saying, "Oh, my new page is up."
Yeah, absolutely. So it does actually work, and it works really well for that case. But on its own, Mindful Mentors is a challenge. So I would see what else do we have? You could on your webpage just put the Mindful Mentors or the Mindful Mentor, but totally up to you. It's a bit of a challenge there, but I like to think .net, and you're in good spaces. You could even just brand with mindfulmentors.net and make
that's what I think.
Logo, every brand, everywhere, business card, how you introduce it. Oh, I'm part of mindfulmentors.net. That's my project, and my pet would look really, really good.
And what's the numbers? 156. What's that standing for me?
So we stand here for leadership, passion, and balance. This is like a fighter that goes into battle and wants to help people. So we look at that and we're like, oh, Tarek's got a 1 and a 5 and a 6 in his chart. So it's the same kind of vibe there. And my Sally has this, my wife. She's very fierce for her family. She cares a lot and will speak up for them in a very big way. So just in case you like that vibe, I'd say it's more of you know, because you're in a coaching conversation and a mentorship conversation, you're probably looking at this and being like, all right, let's get to the real stuff. Let's go deep and let's have a conversation that might be a little bit tough. So it's not.
I like leadership, passion, and balance. They speak to me. Yeah,
Good.
they're
Good.
good.
I like it. All right, let's continue moving forward then. And very, very
Thank
blessed.
you.
You're absolutely very welcome and very, very blessed to do this. All right, Annette, are you ready for this? Look at this. Let's get this started. Just gonna mute. Thank you, and you can unmute yourself if you'd like to have this conversation. I've been waiting to have this conversation. Been waiting to have this conversation. I'm super blessed to be able to do this for you. Thank you so much for entrusting me with this. Let's take a look at your life path. Okay, so this is the life path 1, which is natural born leader. So you're the only life path 1 in the chart. Okay, everyone else has it somewhere deep embedded on the inside. But just so you know, the 1 speaks of independence. I need to do my own thing. I want to stand on top. I want to be the person and so just kind of precursor or premonition or foresight that the group won't hold you forever. It will not hold you forever. There will become a point in time where you want to create something for yourself and step into your own levels of leadership. And when I look at your name, you're probably already feeling, or not feeling it, but seeing it in the distance of your mind's eye to think, there's that future sight, that future vision that says, yes, I will be in control. This says leader of self. Then we have leader of decision or law of attraction, wizard. Then we have leader of the fight or warrior or shift or change. Then we have leader of the castle or leader of the legacy. So you've got leadership in a lot of different areas in your chart, which is nice. But then we look at your name as it was originally spelled, English version of it, says cosmic angel. So there's going to be a vibration in there that says, this is a challenge. One says, I want to do what's right for me at all costs. And the other one says, just kidding. At all costs, I'm going to do everything for the other. And I got to take care of them. Then on the other side, we have this vibration that says, just kidding. I don't want to say anything. I'm just going to sit by myself and be quiet. And I want to be very dormant. And this can be like, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go from here. What's to put in this. It can be a very big challenge in that, because this stuff inside of your birthday says, give me business. Let me at it. I'm going to do that. I'm passionate. I want to make sure that I'm just very much communicative. And then the other name is like, and it doesn't say anything. And then it's like that, all of that energy is going to get stuck in your throat, stuck in your chest, stuck in your head, stuck somewhere where it needs to express itself. And then it's just going to end up feeling like a void or a challenge. And on the powerful side, man, do you got the winning lottery ticket numbers or something? Like, you can see the future. You think something's on the radio, you're like, someone's listening to me. And this feeling of you being super connected is really, really powerful. But my middle name says 797. So when I got a chance to connect with you briefly before our time together here, I felt that feeling of like, she feels it. We're both looking at the same direction, and we're connected on a deeper, deeper, deeper level. So I really appreciate being able to do that. There's a very holy space inside of you that is almost not human, okay? And a few of you guys have done this. So when not done this, you know, your incarnation or your iteration on this planet is a bit bigger than just a regular human being, okay? And so we look at this vibration being like, there's a holy space here. And then there's another one that says, there's an angel here. And then this one here says, I need to be a leader and I need to express myself. And I'm second to no one. So if I were to put this together super, super easily for you, it's nice because S is right there. And you take the name, your middle initial, and it's literally like the same thing that happened with me. I took my middle initial and literally I unlocked without having to take a very strange looking name. However, if you want to get strange, we can. There are other ways to do this. You could take the J. You could also go a little bit higher and take an A and go with the letter A to say, I'm going to go to the top end. And then there's also the HQ or the Z, which allows you to have it all. This is the all-star. I want my business, my spirituality. I want to stay nice and quiet. I definitely want to have a loving relationship. And I also want to have a loving relationship with my finances, very much growing in that vibe. But just so we know, and you can still spell it with the way that you spell it. This is just the closest place for my English numerology to align to, but would be fun to know if numerology exists the same way in other languages. So in case that's a good Google for you guys, would love to hear the feedback on that. But I know that there's Ayurvedic, there's Indian, there's Japanese, there's Korean, there's Spanish numerology, there's Italian numerology. So yes, it does go through all of the different cultures. But in this case, the way that you've responded just by your facial expression, I can feel that even the English version aligns to you. But do you have any comments, feelings, or questions about which letter would be the best one for you to take? Did any one of them zap at you?
So you're thinking about like making Annette Z Preuss, for example? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, like that one there. Like, imagine that. So imagine this one here. Just to quickly put it on for you and let you try it on. Says, I'm still quiet. I still like to have my vibration of intuition, but I also now express this vibration of wealth, and there's also this vibration of love and connection. So it's really an all-star of the different vibes that you've had that all come together in one container that doesn't feel like it's moving off into the wrong side.
Okay. Yeah, I really struggle with the last name Preuss overall. I don't vibe with it.
And this is a name you were born with?
Yeah.
So if you were to pick another name, would it be like Sather or?
I don't like either.
That's fine. Okay, so what about if you were to, let me just see what happens here. And guys, you can all do this in case you're like, ooh, let's just take a new name and let's just basically run with something else. Even the name Annette is the way that I'm saying it. Sorry, I know it's pronounced differently. It also says angel. Okay, so just so you know. Okay, so if we wanted to say, what would you use towards this that would help it move to the more powerful vibration? Let's see here. You could take, let's try that. AR, okay. So just so you can kind of wrap your head around it, I'll quickly just give you an idea about what another word would look like. Where are we here? Here we go. Julian, Anastasia, Octavio, Abdul. Okay, that's like a really bad, like. So you could also do it like, how about this one? How about, no, I'm having a really tough time with this one. Hold on. Let's go. Oh.
And that's Abdul. It's perfect.
Yeah, right? Yeah, that was kind of sticking out.
Yeah, so if you like.
Are you looking for a completely new name, Annette? Or do you like Annette?
No, I have been thinking about changing it overall, actually.
Is there anything inside your heart?
To me, you look like a crystal, or like something like that.
Like I had a meditation where Alina came in, but I don't know if that's like, I have no idea why it came to me, but.
Like this?
Yeah, exactly like that, actually.
So how about like, just to have fun here. Alina Christelle. And let's see how that would look. And
that really fits your energy because you have a very angelic energy, and you also have a very clear, like a crystal, like a quartz crystal. That's what I see with your energy.
Yeah, it doesn't work very easily with just the way we can go crystal like that. No, like that would work. But that's huge. Like from one name like that to a completely different name might take some time to sort of figure itself out. If you, how about like this one? Let's just try back to Alina, and then let's go this side now. See, Preuss like that actually works really strong, like really strong. Again, it works really, really well. So just in case you wanted to take one name over the other, might be something that you want to consider. But
Okay.
realizing what's happening here, we're going to be going over 3 hours. So just in case you guys are going to be like, oh, shoot, just appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. I'm here with you. I can do this. I've gone over it before, but I will answer every question as much as it needs to be. But in case you feel like you want to think about it or move it over, what I would say, if you're planning on thinking about it and you're like, I need to put some more thought to this, I would say that this one is at least your most dynamic placeholder, because it's actually a vibration for your power.
Okay. Yeah.
Or did you want to maybe dive in a little bit further? I mean, I don't mind to do this with you.
Yeah, sure. We could dive a little bit more.
Okay, so let's go, and you have to give me something I can work with. I've got it. How about, was crystal a thing that that would work, or no? Like that.
I don't know if I vibe with that.
Okay, so you don't.
I don't know if I even vibe with Alina. It's just something that came to me in a meditation. But yeah, I really don't know. I just know that I don't really vibe with my last name.
Okay, so how about like this one? Like that. Annette Alina looks like, again, massive power. So we've stepped up to the very, very top. And in this case now we're basically shooting in the dark. We're looking to find something for you. But it could be another meditation to think, okay, Alina what? Or Alina Annette, or Alina something else in there. But take it from Chanel, it's okay to completely re-identify and to
Yeah.
to the next stage of your being.
Yeah, because that's pretty much what I'm feeling, actually, that I'm really stepping out of the old me and I'm stepping into, because I can't really, what is it called? Like, I can't, my old identity is not me anymore at all. I feel like I'm stepping into a completely new person. So maybe that's why I'm not connecting with my own name anymore. I don't know.
Ooh, Alina's a really good name. Like, really good. The way that's spelled, it's like really good. So just in case you're onto something, it might be like, hey, meditation, I forgot to get the second name. What's the second name? And then like you go back in and you kind of like look to see what else it is. But even just the way that it looks is just super, super cool. I almost want to even leave it at Alina Annette, but it's totally up to you.
Just Alina Annette?
Like that, or even the other way, Annette to Alina. But that, you're onto something with that name. Like it really, and leave it to me to say that. It's the same number that I hold. So obviously I'm going to be like, oh my God, it's the best. But does it, is it the best for you? I'd like to think this vibration that you hold here, like I would even to just sign your name, just move your energy in there for a minute. Think of it for just a quick second. You know, if you want, we can leave it there for you to gaze at while we're doing our time for others. It may pop up for you, but if you're not sure what to leave it as, I'd say the best thing that we can do is again with the S as a placeholder, just so that your communication can start coming forward while you're on the last few legs of this name. Like if you're like, I don't identify with this anymore, this isn't me anymore, I don't want to do this anymore, then on the closing conversation of that, I would say you should write yourself a letter of goodbye, thank you, I'm done, and sign it Annette S. Preuss. And then really,
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we'll leave that there.
Just to shoot it in there, it took me about 2 years to really arrive at my name.
Yeah.
It was a long process. It wasn't, and if you really want to dive deeper in it, I would highly suggest taking a full-on session with Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so can we leave these two up, or do you feel like we should take one of them out or another? Like, what is your energy telling you?
Yeah, we can leave them like that. Yeah.
Okay, so let's leave them like this for now, and then that way you can sort of let it stew in your mind and really appreciate that. And even Laura was saying, I like Alina Annette. Maybe you can add a letter. You could. if you were to add a letter like G, P, or Y, you know, even Elena like that, with a Y in there, now moves the vibration over to Queen. So it's a bit more loving and caring and connected to its emotional value. So just in case this one feels a little bit better, good call, Laura. Or you can even take the G, Annette G, Elena, or Alina, like that, or P.
Maybe I like the one with Elena with the Y.
Yeah, right. It looks better. See, now you're like, and as well, with all this leadership stuff going on, to take master leader is a very strong conversation. So let's put this one up instead.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Yeah, I think I feel good with it for now. Yeah.
If we need to change it again, let's do that, okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I would just feel it a little bit. So just leave it like that. Yeah.
Feel into it, and then we'll come back in case we need to. And we're going to do a re-sweep for anyone who's like, and I want to think about it. We'll come back in and just double check on you on our way out. Okay, so let's go into Moretta's numbers. Hello. Welcome.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're very, very welcome. It's a blessing, an honor, and a pleasure to serve you today, okay?
Thank you.
I like this name. So, but pause on it before you change everything. Let's just at least, maybe what we'll do is I'll just put it here for you. Where are you? Let's do it here on your Zoom, and then that way we can see how that's really going to make us feel. Like that. Okay. So let's keep moving forward, and then what we'll do is we'll talk to Moretta. How are you? Where are you? Just finding you. Are you still here? Is she still here? She left. Oh no, you're here. Unmute. Hey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you. Perfect. This looks frustrating because of how smart you are. And like, we take a look at this vibration inside of here and you're like, I need much on my number. Like there's something missing here. And I'll just quickly go through this. We've got a really big heart that cares, and it also absorbs a lot, like the same thing Megan was going through, except you're October. Funny how that works, hey? Other side of the year, but 9 life path, over absorbent heart of emotional energy. So in case you're absorbing other people's vibes or energy, it's got to be a very strong connection to make sure that that doesn't attack us, because that can feel depressing. It can feel drained. It can feel like you can't shut it off, or like you're hearing everyone and it's becoming a part of the identity. And then the numbers switch into just want to have fun, enjoy, sweetheart vibe, loving, caring. You're the only person other than David to have a 3 in the center of your chart. So it's lots of smiles, lots of social ability to keep the surface nice and clean, whereas it could be a little bit more challenging underneath. We'll talk about that even more in a second. And then there comes the time of the warrior, the fire in your eyes, the fierceness, that I want to do something, I want to stand up for others, very humanitarian in its field, same way that we see Laura's numbers, okay? So the 9 and the 5, you want to stand up for others. The 9 and the 3, you just want to make people feel good. The 9 and the 1, as a kid, you have to save people, and it's like, I have to. Then we take a look at your name. This is I'd like to think this is probably one of the most challenging numbers to hold, other than going over the edge, because it's basically got both conversations are happening for wealth. So extraordinarily smart and very, very intelligent, but then doesn't express itself. The 7 comes back down and says, nothing, never mind. And it can be a challenge to find your voice in anything, whether it's life, business, wealth, and it's challenging because the 7 can see, the 8 knows, but then it doesn't connect the 2. So we have to find something else to be able to put onto it. And let's just go for the easy one right now. Let's go for Kemi Moretta, where much? Oh, it doesn't work.
I don't want, the only reason why I have Kemi Moretta Where on my Facebook is that I had another Facebook profile where my name is Moretta Kemi Where. And after my marriage broke, it was so terrible that I had to like delete the whole Facebook and have another one. So
Okay.
that's like the only reason why that is changed of order.
The order change still has the same addition. So you
Yeah.
see here, Moretta Kemi Ware shows up with 7887. Same thing with Kemi Moretta Ware shows up 887. So unless you go through and you block every single person that you don't want to see anymore, and you like, you know, it can be a challenging feel to be in that vibe. But would you drop one of these or use just one of them? Or maybe if it was just Moretta Ware much?
This happened 3 years ago. So I don't really use Moretta Kemi Ware Facebook anymore. So I've gained, like, I took all the friends from that up to Kemi Moretta Ware.
Okay, let's see
I
here.
did actually delete one, but I didn't get around to it.
So let's start with let's start building this, because if you went, let's say Moretta Kemi Ware much, it's missing one letter, either the letter A, the letter J, or the letter S. So if you were to put much, and you were to, let's say you were to put like Kemia or Kemi A or Kemi Moretta A. See, this is a long name now, so it's a lot of stuff in there. I would be more interested in hiding the letter somewhere, just in case you wanted to. This would work in a really powerful way. And then also the J or the S would also work. So you could do Ware's much, or Kemi's Moretta Ware much. You know, the feeling of the J or the S would also work really well, just in case you wanted to take into that direction. Also, we have GH, HQ or Z. So you can go Ware or much, like that. Kemi J, like that would work, right? Also Q or Z, you know, inside of here or there, or you know, inside of these four. If we wanted to make it smaller, we could take one of these out, but I'd be curious as to which one would you cut off? If you, or did you want to consider a letter?
I think I would rather consider a letter. It's quite yeah. I don't know if I could have. I don't want to. I'm feeling very connected to Kemi and Ware because it's my mom's last name and it's my dad's last name. But at the same time, they're gone for me this life. So the reason why I wanted to have much in is that my adopted parents have that name. I don't know. maybe both of them, Kemi Ware, could go, and then I don't know.
How's that?
Yeah. Even Moretta KW much.
KW didn't work, but if you put another G, P, or Y, or a W, so if you were to do something like this, KWW or KWN would work, you know, or K and W, right, would work like that. But by itself, KW much, it doesn't hold on. Or you could put, what is it, Kemi, right? So GP or Y, that doesn't help either. KWP, KWG, or KWY, or KYW, or yeah. But if it's just one or the other, the W holds really well. How about like this? Let's try this one. Let's go Kemi W. No. Let's go K Ware. No. Okay, how about, we're almost there. Kemi. Okay, no. How about like this? Kemi Ware. See, this one would also work. Kemi, like that, like short for Ware. But yeah, it also could feel that, you know, you taking this sort of shorter version of your name, that W would symbolize the love and the connection you have with your parents that still shows up for you. So just in case you still wanted to identify with that in that area, you could, but there are other words just in case we were doing that. Would be Moretta C or Moretta L. Much. C much is good. L much is really good as well too. These are really solid names for love and care. So just in case you're trying to balance the business with the family, this is like mom of the year. Like you're juggling kids and your affiliate business and people are like, oh my God. And you're still a leader. You connect with other people too. Very much more about the vibe there in that case. But very much, yeah, they're saying more flowy. So yeah, and they're still talking about Alina. But okay, so Moretta L much. What about, let's keep going. Let's try Kemi much. We're almost there. Kemi A much, or Kemi much A, or Moretta Kemi A much would work. Moretta Kemi S much, or Moretta Kemi J much. What about where much? A, again, Moretta where A much, J much. See, those look good too. Where J or where S or where's much looks really good.
Moretta where's much.
Yeah. Or how about because we could have done this one too.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut in here, but the whole "where's much" thing is like, it's going to be really strange to introduce yourself that way. Like, think about it phonetically, to say, "Hi, my name is Moretta Where's Much," and we're like, you know what I mean? Like, just think about how you're going to use that in social situations.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it could provide you with some challenges.
I was saying the same thing. See much. Like you can see much. Or like L much works a little bit easier. But
I think much is a cool idea, but actually seeing it as a last name, my trepidation would be that it lends itself too well to misinterpretation and to people kind of like attaching their own ideas to it.
That's true.
The thing is with how I've grown up and how I am as a person, which felt for me this summer, was that Moretta Kemi very much was like it just totally went into my core of my heart, because I'm hyperactive and I am too much for people. So when I started to introduce myself as that, people were like, oh sure, but it doesn't, it really it has humor with it for me, know what I mean?
That's okay too. So if you're okay to actually table that, to have that inside of that combo, then great, it's fine. It's completely okay. However, we can come back now to think, what would this look like if it were to be in power? And I would like to think having parents in the beyond is a wonderful leverage, because they can help you 10 times more than they could ever help you as being in the world kind of thing. So taking something like this or taking something like this moves your vibration a lot better. Or even just like Kemi Wears. Yeah, see, if you're fun with the humor, then next thing you know, Moretta Kemi Wears Much. It sounds fun. And at the same time, it also gives you a loving spiritual vibe. So to really connect deep, and you don't have to take another letter to make it even longer. You could even do something like saying, okay, let's not make so much fun of it, and let's just do it this way. Moretta S Kemi Wear Much, right? Mm-hmm. Or Moretta Kemi S Wear Much. You could put it anywhere in there. Even Moretti's Kemi. Actually, I probably wouldn't do that. But
why do we want yes? Was there any other? You were talking about an A.
The A now moves out of the spiritual vibe and into the humor and fun. And look at your birthday for a minute. 3, 5. Okay, so the 3 and the 5 show up again, but only this time. And you could even hide it somewhere in here and go where much, like that. And so put it somewhere like hidden in there, and then that way you're not really expressing it outside. But again, parents in the beyond might be nice to honor that, and you could even put Kemi Ware and put it into the 2 directly. So just in case something like that shows up. but that A, that's not bad. It's not a bad look to put that in there.
No, Moretta A as well. Moretta A can we wear much?
Yep. Or even Moretta, and then that way you kind of spell it that way, or you could put it that way.
Everybody talking English and Brazilian, which I have family in Brazil, they would love it because they always want an A into Moretta or Moretta, Moretta, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
But does it feel better to have a more fun name as opposed to a more spiritual one?
No, I haven't decided. Like the whole word much is fun for me. Yeah.
So would you consider going down then to this one? But actually it's not even down. That's like up.
Yeah.
That's
huge. That is a really cool. That really is. You can't have a K there either.
You could put the K. If you put the K, you're just putting something else. It's like KWP or G or Y. So there's something extra in there. But
people is going to ask me what the hell does those letters stand for,
Exactly, yeah. So then you could be like, it stands for my mom's last name, my dad's last name, and I saw a numerologist and I got an extra letter. And then like a weird sentence to have to say that together. But yeah, because that, it's available for you, right? Let me just try this one more time. Okay, where? You see even that one, K wears much. That also works really good. Or KS wears much.
Yeah.
KS wear much, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, sorry, I have to interject here. It really doesn't work for business.
Agreed.
Like the whole thing is just too convoluted and long, and I understand the whole idea of being inclusive towards parents, relatives, etc. But to be able to introduce yourself as Moretta KW wear much, the whole thing, no one's going to take you seriously.
Yeah,
and I don't mean like you're a fun person. I mean like you won't be regarded.
There we go.
That's
There
very
we go.
nice.
Yeah, see that's the one that sticks out to me because it's the top end.
Mm.
But if you have the wear much, we are much, wear much, it's particularly, this is a global business you're wanting to grow, like you're wanting to go global, like for us here in like the English language, it just doesn't look right. We are much, we are too much, you're too much. It just puts those thoughts straight into my head.
Hey, I'll play devil's advocate. This is someone's destiny. This isn't just a name, guys. This is actually like your existence. So just all things considered, that it may still be coming for you. Who knows? I'd like to say it's nice that you can honor much, but even like the word where, these are English words. They're actually words that you would say. So one of them is going to end up having to take a place somewhere. And if it wasn't much and it was just Moretta Kemi where. Right, yeah. We would be looking at where is it? Let's just try this. Kemi, where, right? S, Moretta S Kemi where would look good. J, or even Kemia where, right? And you could take it like that, or even just putting it. I have that doesn't make me feel good. This one makes me feel easier, or even Moretta Kemi where, or Moretta like that. But taking much back out and putting it in there. Moretta, how's that? Let me just try that one.
The Moretta is beautiful.
But too much with the A in the middle.
Yeah, this vibration here, it's like massive, like this vibe.
Moretta is very beautiful. It's very soft and like more rounded.
You mean with an A at the end?
With an A at the end.
I like it. It softens that, yeah, and that's maybe why the name much came to me, because it strengthened a lot, and maybe I'm supposed to go the other way because
maybe what we could do is let you sit on this one. And and we're in the clothing store, we're gonna let you hold on to it, maybe
Does this end up? How does this end up? You say 988.
988. So when we look at this, we're like global, and this is like, okay, you have my attention, and then massive levels of wealth. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna make stuff happen. We're gonna change the world. And I can hear it in your voice. Like when you speak, you've got massive level of intelligence and massive level of power, but it almost feels as if the 7 inside of us, it does want to take some time and think. We can't push you into a name. It has to come to you. It has to come to you. So in case that's a meditation, a journal, or even just signing your name a bunch of times and seeing what would happen if you started using Moretta Kemi Ware, or, you know, however it looks like. But if it's okay with you, what I would suggest is that take the top end right now just to hold on to it. And then that way, if it wants to move over and you're feeling like it doesn't, or if you want to put it somewhere else, you know, these types of things are showing up like that.
I think the best option right now is Moretta, the way that you had the A in the end there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'm going to hold on to this for you. And then if you need to say something by the end of our call, you can, or if you want to reach out to me privately, you know, you can email me back. We can talk over Facebook. It's up, however, but just between me and you, I mean, or all of us here, when I see your face, your name showing up, Moretta Kemi Ware, it looks really good. Like it looks straight up next level. So, and I imagine this is really what the deal is with this name, is that this elevation shows up here. And the magic life, don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Good. It looks really good. You know, it's a title for your blog right now.
Yeah.
So your business fan page would probably look like something like this. But you have to get ready and get used to having a massive level conversation if this is in fact how you want to show up. So just one more. If you took this back down, it could be also the letter H. So you could do something like this, Moretta Kemi Ware, and like just hide that letter in there. And now it looks like this. And that's a balance. Life Path 9, name 876. You occupy mastery. And this vibration looks really, really good as well. In case, or you know, you can even, where is it? Still play with the actual letter and go like, you know, Moretta or Moretta.
Writes Moretta with an H after the T.
H after the T?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
There you go. Another vibration.
What is the difference between with the H and without the H? Can you explain?
Well, because without the H right now, it looks like this, where all of this massive level of intelligence goes into a place where it doesn't communicate properly. Now it looks like the massive level of intelligence goes into intuition and then comes out through the heart. So it becomes a lot more loving, as if, you know, that could be a thing, you know, and caring and giving. This is a much bigger of a family number. So we see that vibe that shows up there, expresses itself with love and passion and compassion. But also, don't get it twisted. I'm smart. Like, this is my name here. Like you come in talking about a business conversation, but it quickly becomes a family. So it's nice to see that.
I would like to leave it with the H after the K in Kemi, because
Okay.
I think it looks most good.
So let's leave it like that for now. And I'll quickly maybe I'll just change it here so we have it on your name. And then that way we can, we'll move onward. And then I like to, between us, this is the best one, because this is like the equal parts everything. And it really holds a level of mastery. And you won't change the way you say anything either. It's just Moretta Kemi Ware. And now you just put the little subtle H. Same thing I did to my middle name. I put a little S in there, Francisco. Now suddenly I'm writing at a vibration that says a lot. It's a lot easier to hold on to. Actually, I think it's like this, 268. But either way, the very subtle shift is the best in case you don't want to mess up things too much. Cool. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Brett. I appreciate you for being patient with me through that. Let's grab, Dave's going to mute you here. Let's grab David. If you want to unmute yourself, you have. Hello, my brother.
How you doing?
Good. Excited to reach your numbers here. Let's start.
I'm really excited to reach my numbers, and I'm glad we did this before Christmas, before I sent the Christmas cards out to everybody, so I get the correct names, you know. So.
All right. Okay. So first thing we're going to see here is there's a lot of love. There's going to be a lot of good sense of humor, and there's like a big kid. So it's funny to see you and then look at you and then look 1968. Really? Like this is like Peter Pan. Like this feeling of the 3 doesn't want to get older. You're just like, I'm going to settle for artist. I'm going to settle for someone who wants to be joyful and appreciative. And the feeling there, the 3 just keeps a lot of fun with you. And it also delays and prolongs the aging conversation a lot. But it also limits us in thinking, I wish I could just get to this more mature place. Or I wish I could just take myself more seriously. Or I wish I could approach my power. It's more of the vibration of, I just want to have fun and love. And then we see a bigger looming conversation that's going to happen at the age of 55. I'm stunned here. Just give me 1 second here. 2019 minus 1968. You're 51. That's like this, guys. You have to pour some of your blood into a cup and let everyone drink it. This is like the fountain of youth inside of this guy. So you're going to grow up into an adult one day. Like you're going to be. Like
no.
No, right? Like at 55, you actually approach a more adult-like vibration, right? But it's never going to lose the charm, the jokes, the fun, the love, the connection. You light up. You light people up. You bring light with you, and you give it to others very, very quickly and easily. And we also have a name in here. So you went from David John Anderson to David John Coy.
Yes, I was adopted when I was 3 years old.
Yeah, that's fine. And we're going to go, because you took a vibration here, shift. And this is a very interesting thing that happens. Right now, we've got, or at birth, up until 3, we have leader, passion, and balance, love, connection. When you take Coy on, then it turns into even worse than what Goonie was dealing with. Now it shows up as, I'm going to study and be the master of internalizing data, analytical information, very, very strong level of like logic and process and order. And now this vibration starts to take over and take hold. And it doesn't have the same, I just want to have an ambitious run through love. Now it's going to be hard on myself, and I'm super loving to everyone else. But then when you get irritated and annoyed, it'll get shut down or shut off or feel like it has to go inward. So still a solid name, though. Still a solid name. Then we look at things like you say, well, I was actually using David John. And now this vibration shows up, and much better than David Coy. Nothing wrong with the last name. But 786, David John, 786. Now this right here. Now this vibration, this is the answer. And this was also part of the challenge. Being like, man, I know I can do this. And inside, David John is saying, I'm intuitive, I'm powerful, I'm loving, I'm caring, I've got the communication, I've got it all. So where am I falling apart? Where am I missing it? And it goes into David Coy. I'd like to think Dave Coy may actually work. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if that's a thing for you. No, we're not going to go there. But if it was David Coy, we'd need a letter. But if it was more authentic into David John, I have to be biased. That's the number that I have. And I would be like, no, this thing works really, really well. And, it's got a really good vibe to it. But right now, David Coy says not as much as it wants to, a little bit hard on yourself, and then sacrificing for the other. So it's like you've said, all the love in my life, give it to others. For myself, I'll save the quiet study time. And I'm going to be very, very patient, and also, but very stickler for the indication of that. Have to follow the rules, the process, the order. But then if someone's coming quick, and then whatever you need, I'm here for you. And that feeling of the 2 sacrifices the self much more than you deserve. I'd say inside of your chart, you spend a lot of time making people feel really good. But when it comes to yourself, it's almost like it's never enough. And that's a challenge, because this guy's a bunch of hugs. He's a bunch of love. You got a bunch of really good vibration that's showing up inside there for you. It would be challenging to see that you run around with a name, especially even legally, that doesn't allow you to access your overload of emotion. That feeling should be expressive, especially in the direction you're growing into. Also, 336, that's actually a name. That's actually someone's name. So your birthday shows up as a vibration for a word, which is like old soul all over it, all over the place. We can see old soul, David John Anderson, David John, even David J. Anderson, David J. Coy doesn't work. But at the same time, we're at least, playing with numbers here, that all of them start to show up with a power on some level, shape, or form. It makes us feel like you're here for some reason, purpose, or some bigger thing that you're supposed to do in life. Pretty cool. But thoughts, questions, maybe direction on a name?
Yeah, I've been actually leaning more toward Anderson, and seriously thinking about, getting away from Coy.
Let me show you this
it
one.
Kind of resonates with.
Where was it? Oh, it was Dave J. Anderson. So if in case that one comes up, I would, because you could go back to David John Anderson, but Dave J. Anderson now shows up as a vibration of King. And this is like, we've been stuck in Prince mode for a long time. And this going into King mode, it's like, oh, my kingdom, my crown, thank you. Puts on the coat. Oh, it feels so much better. I've been wearing these clothes for a long time. And that vibration inside of the birthday can be cutting you down, whereas this one really puts you back up. How about David J? They're playing with your name in there.
David David J. Anderson, or is David J. Anderson? Is that the same? Is that gonna take it down?
This is a solid avoid. Do not do this one. But David J. Anderson is like, yo, let's get to business, and put an emotion to the side. I'm running. I've been studying everything. I'm ready to let it flow out. So this is David J. Anderson as it shows up there. Or my personal opinion, Dave J. Anderson. And Dave, do people do that, or is it always David?
No, no, they do that. I've gone by Dave before, and then actually just kind of recently I started going more by David than Dave, and I don't know why, but I used to go by Dave quite often.
To be fair, David is a really good name. Like, it's a really solid vibe. Dave, not so much. It's more of the ambition that gets sort of misplaced, so it's not as easy. But in the whole vibe, it really helps it a lot better. If you were like, okay, what about David Anderson? Let me just try that. Let me just try David Anderson.
Well, David is actually resonates with past life. I've done past life regression and things like that, past life hypnosis, and David actually really rings true to some of my past life. So
cool. Okay, so it would be nice to keep that. I would say that you could, even if you brand it around Dave, you could still say, call me David, and really have that vibe there too. Okay. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this. And what else could you do? So if you were to go David Anderson.
I've also been thinking about David J. Amawi. I've been thinking about that as well.
Why not? Let's just all take Amawi.
It's a powerful name.
So I think
I love it.
Yeah, right.
Welcome to the family.
Yeah, welcome to the
Mauis are expanding.
David, this would be the brand, and to think this is an undercurrent to who you intrinsically are. Like, this says, this is the wisdom, the wise part of you that's like, give me all the information, I can take it. And then the 8 says wizard, and then the 6 says king again. It's got that all-star vibe. And this is something that's actually been you for a long time. When I do a personal chart, and I'm looking at someone's chart here, I'm looking at the first and the middle name as part of your soul's destiny. So in case you were paying attention here, you're like, oh, I did the past life regression. It actually holds a true power in there. And I'm thinking, Master 6, also born as a 6, going into a 6, there's a lot of power inside of there. What about David King John? Okay, guys, stop teasing. Let's do this. Let's get real. No, I'm just kidding. You guys can tease all you want. But yeah, I like to.
It wasn't a tease. That was for real.
Okay, let's try it. Nope, didn't make it. Oh, Dave. Nope, didn't make it. Sorry. But yeah, I either we rock with, because David John works really good. Dave J. Anderson also works really good too. So totally up to you. But do any of them super zap you? Let's try that one. Let's try here. David John, and then there was another one here, Dave J. Anderson, and then we could also play with other words if we wanted to. Do we want to go back to Koi for a minute?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
I don't think it could.
How do you like David John?
I feel it's kind of incomplete, I think.
Okay. How about Dave J. Anderson?
Dave J. Anderson. Just a letter J, right? Is that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that took it up to 966, right?
That's a master vibration. Like if we look towards this vibe here, it's like the most perfect. When we see this ring here, this is like a perfect ring of names that like really helps access a lot of really strong power. You got your focus set on the globe, and then you have a lot of king in here. But the challenge is that you've been running a lot of prince and charming and artist and more of the fun vibe. So this is like responsible fun now. Like you've gone from the 3 to the 6 to now the 9 to the 6. So it's on the opposite end of this, which is actually would probably be fitting for what's going to happen in the next few years. But also if you're feeling like I'm missing something.
I feel like I'm getting ready to step into a more of a leadership mode. I mean, in a leadership mindset, and I mean, without a doubt, I feel that.
Because you could even go one step higher, but I don't know if this feels like you or not. JK, JT, or JB Anderson. So there are higher ones from there, just in case that sort of shows up. Do I have one with David? Let's go David Anderson. Oh, that's another one you could choose. David John Anderson. Your actual legal original name at birth holds on to a spiritual power that's actually yours, that says leader, passion, shift, change, and I'm a king. I want to be there for my people. So in case that wants to come back, I mean, that's not a bad idea either. But the most powerful of them all, Dave J. Anderson. Looks really solid as a logo with a signature there kind of thing.
So David John Anderson, what was the numbers with that one?
156, which shows up as leader for the 1, independence and power of moving forward. 5 for a change, as in I'm going to move things around, or I'm going to not be where I was. And then the 6 says, this is where we raise our family. This is where we raise our stuff. And it's nice to think this is where you've got a path underneath you, like an underground railway that's like on the subterranean of your existence, that your soul came in approaching this. So if you're like, yeah, I'm really resonating again towards the Anderson, I want to go away from the Koi, there could be that vibe in there that thinks you're actualizing on something that was inside of your soul a very, very long time ago, still is there, that never got a chance to breathe itself out. It might even be just a good place to sit with until you feel like you're ready to upgrade your vibe. Sometimes people are kind of challenged or stopped or paused because the name isn't going to last you forever. And the name could take you to a certain space, and then you change it again in 6 months, 3 months, 6 weeks, 12 months, a year, 2 years, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'd love to see. It's interesting because here we're dealing with David John Anderson, David John, Dave J. Anderson. It's like you've got a bunch of really good names everywhere, and they're all yours. You don't actually have to like think about, ooh, do I take one or another one, or a weird looking letter, or you get a choice between your flavors, and they'll all actually work, which is nice. It's someone to watch out for. I would say that you're hiding behind the humor. and the fun and the joy and the love, it's just a show. Underneath, you've got a real strong heart, a very powerful dynamic vibration, and you see that with the threes, and they just make people wonder. They're like, man, he's such a fun guy, but then on the inside there's like it's like that big power. I see it. You're doing big things underneath, and so that might be something to dive into and sort of dissect a little bit. Plus, guys, I'm going to give you something really cool to read. Oh man, especially for David, you like to study stuff. I'm going to give you a book on you, and it's going to really have a lot of insight. So it's really cool.
When I was younger, David, in fact, I worked in a restaurant, and there's so many Davids around. I actually went by DJ, just DJ. And, I always thought about maybe DJ Anderson or something like that. I don't know if that would resonate, but probably not.
Yeah,
I'd be getting rid of David then, and I don't want. I think that's a very powerful name.
It is. It really is.
Like
and it doesn't work either. It doesn't work either. So I wouldn't get rid of David because I like that. It gives you that analytical mind mixed with pleasure, fun, and leadership. But then it moves you up when you start moving it around with other things in there.
Dave J. Anderson. What do y'all think? Freedom Family.
Tarek saying it's Friday night. I used to go out and get numbers. Now I stay in and receive my own. That's fun. I wish I went out and got numbers. I didn't know how to do that. I was just like, never mind. And then I ran away. Or if I had a crush on a girl, that's it. We have to get married. That was like my thing. I think your full birth name is awesome. Moretta's saying that. I think, yeah, you did come in with balance. And I am also biased towards your name at birth because it's my wife's name, Sally. So I like that vibe. It's ferocious. It's got leadership, passion, and most importantly, especially if you were if the name was taken from you and all these records were destroyed and all this stuff, it's like almost like and to think nothing wrong with your dad. Okay, they're just gonna we're not doing that. We're gonna say here, David John Coy is very analytical in its mind that doesn't express its love. So it's very much like things have to be done right. And that could be a part of the challenge to get things moving to the next level. Whereas this one says, I'm going to break free from, into my power kind of thing.
So you're talking David John Anderson.
Yeah. But if you want my personal opinion, Dave J. Anderson is like the king's name. And again, I gave this to my son. So I feel like I'm even a biased person in the conversation. But when he was born, I gave him that number because I'm like, my son has to have the perfect name. And my wife is like, but we don't know his birthday yet. I'm like, exactly. So it doesn't matter what day he's born. He needs to have a name that's going to allow him access to everything: spiritual, communication, business, wealth, love life, growth in family, growth in self. And that's why this one really doesn't sacrifice anything. And it's nice to have that. But I also, there is also the train of thought. Start 3 different pages and see which one split tests, see which one starts to show up with the most action immediately. But if you're like, I need to step into my leadership in a big way, I feel a big shift coming, I'd say it's Dave J. Anderson, and you go back to David John Anderson legally, and then on top of that, you run Dave J. Anderson. And you call it a birthday gift, and you do that on your birthday. Or any day that adds up to the same.
Coming up. Well, 12 coming up. Wow. Yeah. No, it totally resonates. Absolutely. It does. And so
let's let it sit there for a bit, and then if it wants to move around a bit, we can. Would you like to see something that shows up with David Anderson and see what you have available there?
Sure.
So let's do that. Let's go David B. Anderson, David K. Anderson, or David T. Anderson. Show up with a vibe that's half into, no, you don't like it. It's okay. It doesn't quite fit, right?
Yeah.
Like, do I
it doesn't.
No, it's like not even enough to, it's both. It's got hands in both. I'm logical, technical, and I'm also loving. But it's just, after you see like the most perfect vibration, you can't, it's hard to, and this was a soul gift. This is like a destiny. So, you step back.
John,
Yeah.
My grandfather's name was John, and so I'm actually named after. And he was actually a full-blooded Cherokee. I'm actually Cherokee Indian, and so that's my heritage as well. And so he was an awesome man, an amazing man.
We're dealing with an old soul here, Dave. You got a spiritual lineage that goes a little bit further than just this existence, and especially with vibrations like this, I'd say numerologically sound. You're experiencing an old energy inside of this young, everlasting child body. It's pretty cool. Do you sing? Do you dance? Do you do anything artistic?
Well, yeah, actually I do. I mean, I do like faux finishes and decorative painting. It's kind of funny. When I was younger, I actually used to do like full body painting on women, and it was kind of fun. I used to do women's makeup, apply women's makeup. Always been into art, you know, that kind of art and different kind of creative type stuff. And I painted murals, that kind of stuff. Most recently, I mean, I do a lot of really fancy high-end interior design, renovation and that kind of stuff. I've showed Tyreek some stuff I've done. And so, but my main focus really is the power of the mind. I'm a master hypnotherapist, NLP practitioner, and Ho'oponopono master. So I really love focusing on the power of the mind. And so that's where it's at, for me. And so to help people realize that power and what they can do with it. And I want that to resonate.
Dave J. Anderson. Like most it's like screams. I asked because of the threes. The artistic flair is creative, but when you say NLP and hypnotherapy, Dave J. Anderson is like you're looking at like a spiral, and this is a feeling of like going into the vortex, and it's a very powerful vibration. And everyone else is like, yep. Dave J. Anderson.
Everybody's like, yeah.
That's cool.
No, I love it. I mean, absolutely love it. It's kind of funny because my girlfriend's been telling me, she's like, you got to get rid of Coy. She says, Anderson's so powerful. And I was up in Quebec like a week ago, and I told her, I said, think about Anderson. It's so common in the U.S. And she said, yeah, but it's not common anywhere else. She says, you've got to go by Anderson. And it's kind of funny that, she's Anderson, right. She'll love to hear that, of course.
Anderson is a 369 vibration. So just so you know, wow. It's a divine property for cosmic love.
Wow. I've been studying 369. I've been studying Tesla quite a lot recently. So yeah, that's powerful.
The source telling you, take your name back, man. Step back.
My name back. It's mine.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Take it on. But power for life. There's something here that's missing. So let's take Dave J. Anderson. Let's move over to Power for Life. Okay. And if we want to move that name back down again, we can. But are you already settled and sorted in this name?
I was at some point. I mean, I've had the name for years. And, I had a website. I started Power for Life for Vets, which is a veterans enrichment camp that I started and things like that. But honestly, it hasn't taken off like I thought it would. So maybe the name is not as great as I thought it was. Maybe it's just not the right name. And so I'm open. I'm absolutely open. I'm not like, chained to it or nothing like that. And I'm actually kind of just restarting everything, my business, my, everything. So I have, and that's why it's kind of funny because I mean, I feel like I'm like a horse, that's just getting ready. I mean, I got my blinders on, and I'm behind the gate. The gate's not open yet, and I'm just ready to go. And so this is all part of it, and so, no, I'm totally open. I'm totally open to whatever you think works.
I'm getting called that I want to talk to you properly. So I'm going to say this is where you start your brand and you use this as your new ground zero. You use this as your new start point. And then I really want to connect on this and dive in deep because we should put pieces together. And I'm absolutely just, I feel like that's where we really should be. If you want Power for Lives, that'll also work just in case you want to quickly put an S there. Or Powers for Life will also work. So just in case you wanted to resurrect the name a little bit, but I do recommend that you create the brand around you to start with, and then we'll go in deeper on a private level just for the sake of timing since we want to keep moving forward.
Awesome.
You said
that works for me.
Does that mean you're in Canada?
I was. No, I'm back in the U.S. right now. I just got back about less than a week ago. I got back to the U.S. So I was in Quebec last, a week ago.
Okay, send me a friend request and we'll continue the conversation, my friend.
Awesome.
Perfect.
It works. Absolutely.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much. All right, how about
absolutely, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Rebecca, if you're with us, I appreciate you.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Tired.
I can appreciate that. For you guys, for me, it's 1:20 in the afternoon. I'm pretty sure for you guys it's a little bit later. So you guys are absolute troopers. I appreciate you guys so much for being here with us. Rebecca, let's do this.
Everything, but
This was the conversation again between two women. One side of you is going to have the passion, the dedication, the ambition, the love, the connection, the communication. The other side is the self-sabotage. And so we've got two, and it kind of like I felt a hurt in my arm here, just as I said that, because I know what this vibe looks like. This is a challenging vibration to hold. This is the definition of neurotic, get stuck in her head. The feeling of I don't know what to think, or I keep thinking about the same thing over, and it's the feedback loop, that keeps on going in and keeps on. It feeds itself. And then on the other side, we have your name here that says feelings of awkward or socially, I don't want to be there, or absorbing everyone's energy when it really doesn't want to, or really doesn't feel like it should. So when we get a chance to see that, we're looking at a vibe here that says, okay, we want to move this over for you, but we also want to make sure that we express what needs to be, what needs to happen inside of here. So when I'm looking at your birthday, we see, first of all, love and communication, love and wealth, a vibration between these two is an ultimate balance. You can't make money without having love to enjoy as well. And at the same time, we see, geez, are you hard on yourself? Okay, like, this is the 4 wants to second guess and double check and absolutely, and then the 5 just wants to scratch all over it and say, do it again, do it better, do it harder. And it can feel like it's transient. I'm fighting myself. I'm going in and out of myself. But there's a passion, there's a dedication, there's a communication that says this thing is progressing as it goes through life. Now, you're still young. This is like, you're right in the middle. You have like 20 years to go before you get to this next stage of your life. So we can imagine, okay, we're going through a shift. We might be going through a bit of a fight. We might be going through a bit of a challenge of the self. And it seems to always show up, whether it's financially or with relationship or you or however it shows up. That 5 wants to continuously add its nice flavor of chaos no matter what. And so we have a vibe there that says that. When we look towards your name, however, you were thinking about moving this thing around. Did I remember right that you said even Erickson felt a little heavy for you?
Yeah, everything feels heavy, actually.
Is there another vibe?
I have no idea what I would like to call myself.
Okay.
So I would like some help from the group also.
Sure.
And I don't know if I'm ready to switch the whole name yet, but I think I'm going there. So maybe start with a letter. But if anybody got any ideas or get any feelings.
So the different options that you had for this vibe was Viveka H, Q, or Z. So imagine we were to put Viveka H, Erickson. These are healing numbers. And I think that because of the challenge that we have stuck in the head and also fighting of the self, a healing number that really helps sort you out, at least for the stepping stone, would be really strong. Whether it be the H, the O, or the Q would be, or the Z, right? H, Z, Q, or any one of these is going to start to point self-love back towards itself. Okay. And very, very strong in that. So we like to think that that's there. If you want something that's a bit easier to deal with, that says, I'm just going to build right now, then you could take the F or the X, which show up as a vibe that says, I'm partnership. I got to get my discipline in order, and I'm going to build a strong sense of self-love. But I would also be meditating, thinking, what's the bigger name for you in the future? because we can't, just put anything there. If you don't want to switch the full thing right up front, I'd say, well, what's the vibe that's going to help you get to the next level at least? And this is where we get a chance to see these numbers. I'd say these are more long-term, but they also help heal. It helped me heal a lot when I took this letter, or this one here, right? The 8765. And then even Tarek and Chanel are saying, are they changing your name a little bit? So how about, because you could do something like this and just go Vibeke like that, and then go Vibeke Eriksson, and that vibration shows up. It's a little, it's very similar, but it does. And then Iana is saying it feels harmonious with the H, but it does really move the vibration back around a little bit, and it helps pronounce the name, just in case people are trying to figure out how to say it. But a name like that shows up really solid, because now you've got God light showing up for you that opens up communication. And you may even just stay like this because this vibration is so good. But it's even Laura's saying maybe a softer letter. That's a feeling of power in there. When you sign it, or you say it to yourself, does it feel better or feel good, or does it feel like you want to move around a little bit?
No, actually, I feel like really lifting my vibration.
Yeah.
So
this is that. I mean, unless you want to move into a bigger one, because there are bigger things to take. If you wanted to go move
bigger.
up, let's go big. Let's see
Yeah,
what happens.
let's go big.
Okay, let's go here. So
where do we get with a Q in the middle?
same thing. We go, if you put the Q, this is same vibration of God light and God power. So it does move it up, but higher than this, we would be looking at either O, 876, now we're moving up, or even OB, OT, or OK. OT, OB, or KO, TO, or BO, OB, but those are the combinations between those letters that move you up to 898. And that's like high level. I'm going to rip everything out. And it probably would be going too far, seeing as your numbers are up at the 6. Might just be too much. I'd say that if you were to take the O, you've gone high, but you didn't get, over the top, that you were going to lose vibration around what's important and truly powerful for you. And again, super biased. This is the name that I took that really solved it all for me. But I also had numbers that looked like this on the inside. So I know what that feeling is to be stuck in the head. OH. Where is that? HO. Wouldn't do that. You wouldn't need to. You would just be able to run just like that. Vibeke like that. But any one of those vibes, when you're saying, I want to go big, this is big. Any one of these.
But as you said, not too high. So balance them with the 6.
Well, for me, that's high. Your height, your balance, which is bringing my heart and my wealth. If we say, okay, let's just bring your heart, forget your wealth, you'd be like, that doesn't work. Or fine, okay, let's drop your heart then. Let's just bring your money. That doesn't work either. We have to bring them both. And that's what would really, really like truly express itself. See, the problem is that when we have a name that shows up like this, Vibeke Eriksson, it takes an idea and then it takes it into connection space or internal space, and then it goes on forever. So it can go negative into this direction, or it can go positive into this direction. But when it goes positive, it's just your own spiritual experience, and that's not expressive. And when we look at your birthday, we're looking at, oh, she needs to have a very powerful level of passion and expression. Otherwise, it's going to feel a little difficult. Eriksson's the name you were born with, right? You didn't marry into this.
No, I was born with it.
Okay, yeah. So then, and Ragnhild, is that like how you say it?
Yeah, Ragnhild.
Did you want to run with that vibration or see what it looks like?
It's very, I've heard that it's a very powerful name. The problem with the name is that I got really bullied for it when I was a kid. So I have issues with it that I haven't let go with.
Yeah, that's fine. It actually doesn't work on a name anyway.
Good.
So
thank God.
if you did want to hold on to it, I would do it like this. I would just put an E there, and then it would balance everything out. But if you're like, no, I don't like it. It's got bad sore spot for me. That's okay. Me too. I can appreciate that. You know, it's hard to walk through high school with a name that says Balwant, and people are like, and I'm like, okay, just call me Bobby. It's fine. And so I get it, but you know, we're of the same in that vibration. People are liking the H. How about? Are there any other words or letters or any other name that you?
I like the O in the middle, because that balanced it up, right?
It actually empowered you in a really strong way, and it's the same way that I got the same empowerment to think I'm going to express myself for business, for spirituality. Yeah. I like to keep a sense of a connection, and also for love and communication. So I think we're gonna let's keep that as the winner, and then if we want to come around and change back around to it, we can.
But I do have a question, because a word came to me yesterday for my business as a massage therapist. It was Viosage. And I was just wondering if you could just check that out.
How do you spell it?
V-I-S-O. No, sorry. V-I-O-S-A-G-E. Viosage.
So if you take a vibration like this, Viosage like that,
yeah,
it moves it into a lot of fun, entertainment, and enjoyment. So inside of your therapy, it may be a bit misleading, because this is like, I just come here for a good time, and you know, it depending on what you're doing with your massage. You know, everybody keep your heads out of the gutter here. Come on. But you know, you're probably having an experience. Every time I go to a massage, at the end, I feel emotionally overloaded that I have to take time and care for myself, because I know it's a spiritual experience. So it's not a bad look, but it may not be.
No, I just wanted to check it out. So you can just take my name.
Cool.
Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. I appreciate you. Okay, so now as we get to the guys who have already been with us.
Could I just have one more question? Because this name that I was born with, will that energy always be there anyway? I didn't get that.
If your name is still holding on to this, everybody with a red and a black name, pay attention here. You're in trouble. If your name still shows up like this financially, legally, medically, on documents, okay, like, it's a challenge. So just in case you're like, I say you wait a good solid 2 to 3 years before we change any of your really big stuff. Okay, unless you're in a specific situation. But this vibration here is to keep you disconnected from others and disconnected from yourself in a big way. So I would say that sooner or later, you take this thing out, boom, and you just go in for the legal shift. But that can be tough depending on what you have to do to get that done. Or you could just start spelling it with an E. Like, it's a name enough that you could hide an E somewhere in here and nobody would really even notice. And it would just be like a small little shift over inside of your legal documents. I've even gotten away with it. When I put the S in my name, I went somewhere and I'm like, yeah, there was a typo on my driver's license. It's supposed to have an S. And they're like, okay. And then they just basically went, and I'm like, yes. And so it does hold an effect inside of that vibe. But yeah, I would say that this is problematic in case you're still planning on using this legally. No wealth, no love, no communication. It just feels awkward, and it feels like I got to get out of here. And so tough, especially if you're going to be doing massage. You know, it could make you feel like, you know, like, I don't want this energy, and you know, and disconnected from, like, you're absorbing too much of it.
Yeah.
Cool.
And one more question. My almost husband, fiance, he's called Peterson in his last name. So where would that get me if I marry him?
P-E-T-T-E-R-S-S?
No, P-E-D-E-R-S-E-N.
Okay, Peterson, like that. I would be putting.
Where did you write it?
No, I wrote it on my calculator app here. With it, it takes you back down to a negative number. So I would, if you're going to use it, you would either go Vibeke A. Peterson, J. Peterson, or S. Peterson.
Okay.
So
no, but this is really good. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Are you planning on taking the name legally?
No, not now.
or I mean, through marriage?
No, but no, I was just wondering if it would be a good idea, but if it wouldn't, then I won't.
It would look something like this, like J. Peterson, like that.
Mm.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll leave it right now for the O. When if the conversation does come around, oh, I'm going to be changing it once I get married, absolutely. Either you call me again or you put the J or the S in there, okay?
Yep. The question is not about that. The question is more like, if I get a name from a spiritual leader or something, I will definitely contact you.
I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Yeah, just to make, if it just means putting a small little letter there, we're good to go. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, we've extended quite a bit. So I know that we've got some more people here. Susie, I know we're connecting on our own, but I just want to go through your chart anyway, just so we can see this. And then same thing with Kine, so you guys can see this as well. You guys have got a real life superhero inside of this numbers. And there's a lot of self-attack in this because the 9s want to help other people. The 1 wants to help itself. The 9 wants to serve everyone else. The 1 wants to take a look at itself. So it's always oscillating between those vibrations of, do I do right for others or do I do right for myself? Knowing that I have your name and we understand that most of this stuff is 595, 955, 595. There's a massive fight warrior level woman inside of here, a passionate level of energy. It equates nicely when you put the whole thing together. And also when you did Susie Hill, it worked really well as well. But taking the T moved you up to massive champion level. And you're like, man, the year I've had, and even coming back now to me, you're like, we got to connect again. I'm like, that's just usual. You should connect with me at least like once a year. But in your case, you know, do we have any specific sort of thing that we're dealing with? Or did you feel like you ran out of love with the name? Or do you like the name and like the way that it's going? Like, how would you consider that?
Yeah, so there's actually something rather big that's happened with my business that hasn't really served me so well, and it's something I'm working through. But then there's this other thing. I feel like there's this something inside of me that's ready to break through into something big, but I don't know what it is.
Well, keyword break. So if something's happening in your business that took you into the negative, it's a form of your success breaking because there's a seed in there that's going to keep growing. So, and this is where people turn around. They're like, uh-oh, I took a name. I didn't like this. I got to fix this. And then the vibe, it's like, but the universe is like, oh, but we're getting you ready for your massive level of success. So if you can have this endurance thing that like pushes you through all of that and says, you know what, I'm gonna accept the breakdown. Break leads up to breakthrough. This is where I'd say keep the name. However, if you went and you're like, yeah, you know, my intuition's telling me, the guides or the angels are telling me I went too high, I would just simply take the letter out and go back to Susie Hill. But then that was where you were. That was where you were at the beginning, right? So yeah.
We've kind of been chatting about Susanna here.
So I think, okay, let me just try here.
And I think it was something more like maternal and kind of like, do you want to be more along the family line of things, or?
I could spell it in different ways.
No, I don't want to spell it differently. I love the spelling.
Susanna M.A. Hill. is
not.
there's a vibration there that pulls you down into up into Queen.
I don't like MA.
MA, okay. How?
M.
And then you don't want to be messing around with Susanna either.
No.
If it was Susanna Hill, the vibration would be A. Oh, sorry, wait. D, E, F, E. Susanna E. Hill, N. Hill, W. Hill, or E, F, G. Or G. Hill, P. Hill, or Y. Hill. Yeah. Sorry, guys, for those of you guys who are leaving, I appreciate you. Love you guys. Appreciate you so much. You can catch the last part of the replay, absolutely. And appreciate you guys so much for holding space. Just for anybody who's leaving and still catching this before they leave, I will be offering you guys discounts to work with me. So if you do want to have this conversation, I highly suggest you do. It would be a good idea to reach out to me, okay? But other than that, watch your message from me. I'll send you a message, and it's going to have a special gift of a written report for all of you guys. So just to put that in there, just in case everyone's got to go. But appreciate you guys and blessings so much. You guys have done a lot for me in my life by letting me serve you in yours. So if you got to go, you got to go. But Susanna or Susie, we will obviously be going through this even further for ourselves as well. So in case you want to take that there, how about Susanna Maureen? Is that a thing?
No.
No? Okay.
It doesn't vibe.
I can appreciate that. And it's funny how that shows up. It's a 191, and that's like your birthday. So in case you're kind of like, whoa, there's like an old soul thing that's happening in there. But Susanna Hill needs some help.
What about Hill with like an E at the end or something?
Yeah, and then the E also works as well too. E Hill or Hill. Like that. But moving it back together, it's like, and it's tough because Susie Hill was actually a really solid vibe. Like this,
and Susie T just took it to the next.
And Susie T pushed you up over the cliff and said, "Oh, I'm gonna fly now." And so, hey, that's enough to break some stuff. But for what purpose? What comes through after? Why would you want to? Oh, I'm ready for the breakthrough. Okay, so you're ready for the breakdown? I don't know about that. But I would say yes, power on, please. If you're going to take a name like this, I'd like to think that you were in a good mind states back when we first took it. There was a reason why. And I remember warning you on the name. I do this with everyone. This is a big level. But then a lot of people are like, I don't know, whatever. And then next thing you know, big stuff happens and we're like, shit. And we end up getting challenged or choked by the vibration. So just in case you feel like it was too much, I'd say keep going and hold out until you possibly can. Or maybe we uncover between us that there is something more powerful available for you.
We can chat further on our session.
Cool.
I'll go in the next ones.
Absolutely. Okay, and then
something's become clear in my head.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Talk later.
Yeah, for sure. And you have a safe trip and safe travels. You're heading across the world right now.
I know.
Yeah, that's crazy. Nice little pit stop before you go.
Oh yes, very, very lucky to be here.
Oh my gosh, I gotta come there now too, guys. I'm gonna come and stay with you guys for come on, like what the
heck? You can see this space. It's bloody. It's like intergalactic. It's like
you can't really see it.
You can't really see it
we'll
so
do,
much.
Maybe we'll do a little footage and put it in the group later.
Yeah, you should do that. Absolutely. Cool. All right, Susie. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
And we come to Kine, who's been very patient. Kine, I'm not sure if we have questions since your last reading, or if you wanted to go into this, but I'll tell you this, you took the Z on, and this vibration went from this lack of voice into expression of self. And there was a profound experience that we had when we were talking. It was like super strong, but I'm glad that you're taking a name like this. How have you been feeling since we chatted?
Well, I've been feeling very good about my last name, or the Kisemi, the change. I feel like I'm expressing a lot of things are coming up to the surface inside of me. At the same time, I look at my first name, Kine, and I'm up to maybe changing my first name as well. As my first name, it means Christian, like the religion, Christian. So
Okay.
I don't know, you guys that are listening, do you, when you see me, do you have another, name on my face that would vibe? Just to play around with it.
I think that's a question for Chanel. She's got the feeling of them like this is the name I should give you. But
Right.
totally up to you. I mean, for me, I'm thinking that's a big move, and I get scared to suggest stuff because of how powerful that is.
Of course.
It's what you show up as, right?
But in my reading, my second name Kasemi, you had another option, which was Kasima or something that took it all up. But I don't quite remember if it was Kasima.
Let's see here.
Kasemi.
Zemi's kind of a cool, fun name.
Yeah. It's just my first name that I have been a bit called Kinemur for the Norwegian ones who understand that.
Yeah.
My whole life, and it's kind of...
Well, it really fits with where you are in life to change 100%. Like,
yes, that's what I mean.
You have you are in this major transformation.
What if your first name was Kasemi?
I like that.
Yeah, Kasemi.
Yeah, maybe. Kasemi where, yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would actually be cool.
Kasemi-aware. That would be cool.
Doesn't help though, so we'd have to find something different.
Kasemi-aware.
No, it would be N or W. So if you were to do like Kazemi, or even you could do it, you could keep it like that and go Kazemi W where, or Kazemi N where would work instead of Kine.
Uh-huh.
Like that.
That was my first name was Kasemi.
Kazemi W where.
Very original. I never heard that name before.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
It's a really cool way.
I like that.
Hi, I'm Kasemi.
Yeah, that's true.
Creation of ours, and we put the Z in there, right? There was like a numerology thing. So
yeah,
have that. But if you were to keep the good times going, and you're like, look, I don't want to mess up the vibe I'm on right now, Kazemi W or Kazemi N, like that.
That's kind of cool.
Right. Kasemi N where. I don't know if I like the N though. Kasemi W where. Yeah, well, I'm still kind of just a few days into changing my middle name, no, to Kasemi. So I think I gotta think about my first name as I'm in the middle of this transition, I feel.
What I would do is, okay, like this is what happening. So you're like, oh, a lot of stuff is coming up. A lot of stuff is being able to express itself. We open the top and then we're allowing things to come up. And as everything sort of like, and then next thing you know, you get more clarity of what's really inside of you. And maybe a meditation really would suit very well. But just so you know, did we do this? We did. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. To know where you're at inside of the charge, I'd say that this would be a good time to make sure you find where the vibration should be. And it might be a good idea to take a look, because Kazemi is a cool vibe. You could even go Kazemi Kine where, right? And then just like kind of like promote it to front side, and then not that way for the time being, just so you can get at least a bit of a topsy-turvy kind of feel.
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I'm gonna keep Kine Kasemi as for now, I think, and then I'm gonna meditate on it for a while.
I'd say follow the process through. Keep me close. This is a conversation where, and I remember saying this to her, I'll say this to all you guys. I'm here to be a spiritual anchor. So in case you're going through stuff or you have to experience things, the landing of my energy is here to help process stuff for you guys. I'm, that's what I'm here to do and here for. So my goal and my ambition is that you all become multiple 7-figure earners, that you guys create massive change inside of your worlds, especially for yourselves and others. And that's and to know that this is a thing, guys, I am going there. I am not even hoping, wondering, guessing. No, I'm going to create the value I need to create in my world, and I can only do it with you guys. So to say that you guys have supported me is an understatement. I will do whatever I can to be there for you guys, absolutely. So I appreciate you guys so much. We did go quite a bit over. We still have some numbers. Chanel and Tarek, would you like us to introduce you guys to the team so that they can see this? I would love to do that for you guys if you guys want to. Would be nice for everyone to know what they're dealing with and what you guys have to offer. If it's up to you, it's up to you. I don't mind.
Sure.
Go for it.
Okay, so let's introduce you guys to Chanel. Like, we've had this conversation a few times, but I want to share with you guys what this stuff says, just in case you guys are like, well, let's take a look. You know, there's going to be people who watch the replay. They're going to want to watch this and they didn't have their session, or maybe it's just some people who are curious to see what we've got. We've got a mother or a queen-like vibration inside of Chanel's Life Path 6, which says that she's very communicative, very loving, she cares, she speaks from the heart. And then there's also a level of independence and a level of leadership that shows up early on for you in life. So we've got a powerful leadership conversation. 1 stands for the leader of self, 8 will stand for the leader of decision, law of attraction, and then 6 is queen of all queens. So we see double 6 showing up as going to have kids one day and have family one day and have a community of entrepreneurs and a legacy of wealth. That feeling wants to balance both love and wealth in it. And we see the vibration of 6 and 8 show up inside of here. The problem or the challenge she'll go through is that she'll probably end up taking on more of others than she probably wants to. And that's just like every empath's worst nightmare, is that, you know, they're serving someone else, but then I end up getting the brunt end or the challenge in there. But this is leadership you can really trust. Not born though. Born, we had a challenging vibration. Stepping into your true queen wings, this was more like, as you said, popping into the turtle shell. This one is more like letting my wings come out and actually fly and free and spread love for others. You're taking on the future of your life, 6/6, into a name right now. So it's nice to see that. Very nice to be able to see that vibe. Again, leadership we can trust. Wealth you can trust. If she makes a decision or makes a comment about, you know, what would be good to help you create money or help you create vibration or wealth, this is a wizard trapped under, not even trapped, melted or twisted in with a very loving and emotional connection. So pleasure to have you as the sort of the love side of the vibe. And then we go into Tarek's numbers, and we've got warrior and leader through and through. But it's more than that, because there is another stage that shows up here that says master engineer or master builder. So we have, first of all, a fighter. So we're going to see a lot of, warrior in you, or like, I'm going to fight for you. I want to do something, or I'm going to, say what needs to be said. And then a very giant heart that connects a lot with other people. It finds itself, especially inside of adulthood, like my vibration's similar to this, right? We both have this love number up front, and then the leadership on the inside, and then a level of master builder that kind of shows up. So it's nice to see that our charts sort of stack right against each other here, where this is the warrior on the ground and I'm more into the spiritual side of things. We're going to see you run. Hey.
Is that based on the 2 middle names, Tarek Farouk Muhammad Amawi, that it comes up with that configuration?
This configuration is September the 1st and then 1984.
Ah, okay.
So the only time that all your middle names come into configuration is where we see he was born as a divinely timed soul. So it's, people are like, oh, you just walk on feathers and you walk on clouds. No, you're divinely put together to have the only number that works this mastery at birth. Funny, we should mention that you've got a bunch of middle names, but to know that you already were starting high, and then we took you 2 steps higher, 1 step higher, and said, let's consolidate the spiritual soul lesson, because when you had a bunch of middle names, it felt like you were being pulled into 4 different directions at once, and it was that anxiety feeling of like, this is unsettling. And then to have your your emotional intelligence vibration come through, is like, whoa, this actually feels really good. And it actually does promote you to a level of master builder. This has a vibration to talk to Balaj, Cameron George, Matthew Jang. Like when you look at this name, you're like, boom, that's a really, really big, strong name inside of there. Okay. So to know that this vibration is showing up for you the way it is now, we get a strong vibe of global vision. And it's funny, the picture you guys made, the one with the sacred geometry, and then you put the Freedom Manifest over top of it. I was looking at it and I was like this. I was like, oh, I was at the gym on the treadmill, and I was like, oh, and I felt my brain doing this, and I was like twisting into this infinite feeling of this is a sacred ascension into a higher dimension. And this is really what your name is really taking people forward. And you're like, paint me in war paint, because I'm leading these people. So I would say that this is very fierce and ferocious, and at the same time, as poetic as as a language you can be, you're still going to tell people what they need to hear. You're not going to sugarcoat it. You're going to tell people exactly.
True that.
I think that's
so true.
Yeah. So
I've been known to be a little bit direct.
We had a conversation about this earlier today, even to like tone it down a bit.
In North America, we have a saying called "good cop, bad cop." I introduce you to Chanel and Tarek. Okay. So if Tarek needs to be direct, you say, "Look, I'm going to say something
Chanel first,
right?" And then Chanel can come in and paint the words around and really, like, you know. And it's not to say that Tarek is like emotionless. On the opposite, you're a very loving guy. So don't get it twisted. If he gives you real coaching, it's because you should listen to it. All right. There's a place for emotion and there's a place for business. And sometimes you have to separate the two, especially if you plan on going to this guy to say, cut me straight. What do I need? And you'd be like, oh, you told me to cut you. And
I can't watch people self-sabotage themselves. I find it very, very difficult.
I can imagine that. It's almost as if it's a waste of your time, especially now with this letter. It's like, trust me, don't do this to me. And this feeling is like, if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't.
Don't do this to you.
Yeah, well, that fair enough. That I can feel that for sure. But the name here is just like, it's going to be irritating. It's almost like this. There's a solution that needs to happen. So yeah, cool stuff.
What's the severe challenge though? Like,
oh yeah, in the black.
Well, the thing is that when you look at names and they either go like the 898 and 988 are the only two that are actually on the positive side of this. Every other severe challenge is going to be basically I'm fighting myself, or I fight for others. I don't know about who I am, or I've got a lot of value, wealth, and intelligence, but I don't express it, or I don't express anything, and I'm stuck off in another planet. Or in this one where it's like what I say happens very quickly. So if you're dealing with a negativity of self or a self-worth challenge, or I've got an addiction or a challenge here or a problem there, this is like magnifies it to like the highest temperature that you could, like it's on the sun. So the mistakes are very like dramatic, and that can be like you know, inside of like, let's say Susie Hill was fine with Susie Hill, but then she's like, no, I'm going to take it to the next level, and then stuff's going to break so I can have my breakthrough. And so the severe challenge, some people are up for it. That's an Olympic level name. But if you just want to play beer league, you don't want to step, you know, it's just like a bunch of guys having fun on a Sunday. You don't want to take that game and bring it to the Olympic stage. It's not going to work that way. It's not as forgiving. So in this case, you're like, well, I'm ready to accelerate and take to the highest level and the, you know, the biggest piece of this. So to know that kind of shows up there, it's nice. I'd probably say severe challenge for those who are ready for it. It's also like I know what's up, and like I'm not afraid of like what else did we come here to play in life if not to run at the full strong strength level of it all. This is where that name starts to show up.
Not afraid of challenge. I mean, don't want to be challenged just unnecessarily for the sake of it, just because of a letter or two in the name. But if it's challenge that leads to the fulfillment on a greater level, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, that's pretty severe if you ask me. So let's put it this way. Let's change it to this and say severe is a bit of a heavy word. Let's go ultimate challenge. So that's a bit more appropriate for what it looks like on the positive side. But in the negative side, it's like, good luck getting outside of this. Cause you know, if you can't communicate, or if you're fighting yourself, or like it's probably not going anywhere, especially if it's not with the wealth. But then other people are like, oh, I want to make all the money in the world, but then they don't quite step up to the plate. And then the name kicks them in the butt. And then next thing you know, it's like, oh. And it actually is pretty cool to think, no wonder Susie T. Hill is hanging out with you guys. She's looking for that mentorship level of like, you know, what does the ultimate challenge look like? And so, yeah, in case we're staying there, especially Alina as well, take that mentorship very seriously. Because when you took that, things started happening. And that's how you know that you were ready for that name.
Yeah. I mean, it's been from my side, like other than a couple of things coming up, like, you know, like we said, you know, the dead rat behind the sofa that you've now moved. Other than little things like that, it's actually all been really, really positive and really accelerated in an outward way, which is exactly what I was looking for.
Don't tell that to everybody, because that's not what everybody says when they take that name. Sometimes I have people coming back a year later, Susie, no offense, that says, oh my God, this stuff happened and big stuff is breaking now. And I'm thinking, yes, let that break. That's supposed to. So in case sometimes it's a dead mouse, sometimes it's a pit to hell. Who knows what you're going to find behind once you start moving and clearing things. But this would definitely say, please make a life or make a concerted effort to growing your sense of law of attraction and your sense of wizard inside of you. But it's easier to appreciate that because 5 is like Life Path 5 is the ultimate challenger. It's the ultimate victorious. It's like, I need to be at the top. So it's not uncommon to think that this wants to achieve the highest level of stuff available. Well, guys, longest group session I've ever done. And I appreciate it so much. Honestly, like, this has been a lot of fun, and I look forward to assisting you guys in the future and also helping grow a massive level team organization around you. Give this 6 months and you guys are going to all be hitting massive level ranks. And it's just so absolutely crazy. I know a lot of people, a lot of you guys we kind of just put a placeholder name. So this would be the time to come back out and say it. But Megan's saying, I played with my name way too safe. Can I try a new option with Rohans or Rohans with a Z? Let's try that one. So we go. Megan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just because when you were scrolling over to the right earlier, when you were on other people, I could see that some of the alternative letters to add was maybe an S or an A or a Z. And so I was trying to think of options.
Yeah, that was with Taylor.
Oh, right. Okay. Not when I took that away. Okay.
Took that away, then it doesn't work very well unless you put double A.
I see.
Okay. So you could do that if you wanted to go Megana Rohana.
Yeah, no,
but if
okay.
it's just Megan Rohan Taylor, then you could add a Z, or better off adding a J or an S. Rohan Taylor's or Rohan's Taylor.
So the S, could it be Megan Rowans, as in like a plural of Rowans rather than an initial S?
Megan Rowan's Taylor, though. You'd have to put the Taylor back in.
Okay.
But that would rise you up to a more higher vibration.
What about the Taylors? So Megan Rowan Taylors.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Because you're just putting the S.
Yeah, it's just changing it, right?
Yeah. So
okay.
Megan Rowan Taylor's also works really good.
What does that give me?
It does. It goes back to this vibe. This one, I like it because it's got partnership, it's got leadership, and then it's got wealth. So the people you partner and lead your leader to, they'll follow your mentoring, and then they express themselves in a vibration of power. So it's actually a really solid vibe.
Does it stay in the green zone?
It goes into the purple zone. So it basically goes up to the mastery. So it's nice because the greens are like, hey, it's fun, it's fine.
Yeah, the green feels safe. I think that's probably what I've come to realize.
It's okay to be safe for now. It's okay if you want to take a name that says, let's just get started. When you turn into your leader, 4A, 5A, 4A, 4A, 6A, you go into a higher level, your vibration may change. You may not be scared of a $20,000 month. You may not be, as anxiety. It may not show up that way. it may just be a little bit easier to acknowledge that conversation at that point, where we could say, you know what, I'm ready to go Megan Rohan Taylor's, or Megan Rohan's Taylor. And then however that shows up inside of there is a little bit easier. Or Megan J. Rohan Taylor. Not sure how you work that. But you know, that would be a conversation then. If in case you're like, why do I want to play safe right now? It's because perhaps maybe you're still building the foundation of your being. And that's not a bad idea, especially if you're still growing through business.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Cool.
everyone. I just wanted to
Yep.
double
And
check.
then Annette is saying, what does 966 behind my name mean? So when we look at 9, we look at the vowels A, E, E, A, E, A. And we add them up, they become one letter. Then we look at the 6 and we see N, T, T, L, Y, N. And we add those together. And then we take 9 plus 6 equals 15, 1 plus 5 equals 6. So for me, it's a 3-digit code to recognize what does your name say to me in numerology, which says giant heart, loving leadership, and connection to source, connection to leader, connection to basically everything. It's in the center point. It's the heart-based number in mastery. When we see the 9, mastery. That's why it's an ultimate challenge. It's not beginner. It's not intermediate. It's not advanced. It's mastery. So when we see a challenging number against it, it's like, oh, it's going to teach me a lot, or I'm going to have to experience or go through a lot. Or in the 797, 977 range, I'm going to go away from the world and live in my own fantasy mind where I'm living in the future of some alternate reality. So just in case that is in there, can we try Elena Annette? Yes, you can. That's the same thing. It's going to be the same letter, name of words, amount. It's going to be the exact same vibe. If you feel more aligned to it, yes, absolutely, for sure you can. Laura says, can I ask a few questions? By all means, come on down. I do have about 10 minutes before I have to go get my kids from school. Wasn't expecting we'd go over 4 hours. But I, to be fair, I do this all day long. So for me, I'm like, pfft. But for you guys, it must be like, oh my God, this is overload. And I appreciate you guys so much for all your energy and your patience. But let's hear it. What kind of questions do we have?
Wow, you're incredible. Yeah, no, it was just the two things. I wanted to ask about the Laura X main and what the numbers did mean, and also to try what Chanel mentioned was the Laura Z Suzanne, and see what that vibe was.
Yep. So Laura Suzanne with a Z. So there's two really big differences here. So we're just gonna put a little smiley face so we can see which one it was. Here, it was here. Okay, so the vibration around 696 is the same as what we were just talking about, 966. Woman, power, communication, focus, heart on the planet, onto others, humanity, and then back into communication, service to others. And look, freedom manifest. Chanel's running this number as well. It's a wonderful vibe. Dave J. Anderson, you know, this vibration shows up for the perfect vibe. So it's really solid. Then we have Laura Z. Suzanne, which says, look, I just want fun and fast and free. I don't want to take things too seriously. I just want to enjoy, and I just want to basically run. And so in case you see some of these earlier numbers, they're great for getting to the leadership conversation. And then once you step into the leadership, they'll either continuously work, or you may scratch a little bit and be like, Bobby, I need to talk to you again. And I want to move. I'm ready for my next letter, or I'm ready for my higher vibe. But don't be afraid if you think that you may have to take one now and that it'll only last 6-12 months. This vibration, Laura Z. Suzanne, may only last you a few months. Hold on. Getting a quick little bulletin. You're a life path 5. It may actually last you a lot longer, if not the whole path, because those are numbers that you're already aware of. So for you, it may be like, look, I want to make sure it's fun. The Laura may even be too serious for a vibration that says, yo, where's the party at? And let's just move around. So just in case you're feeling like this one was a bit too emotionally connecting, this one's more about the passion anyway. So Laura Z. Suzanne may just be calling you to be like, look, I just want to have fun right now. But I'll tell you right now, guys, 2020, no offense, it's not the year for fun. 2019.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be having fun. I want to get going.
I hear you. Then be ready to appreciate some fresh.
I want to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, you're already fun. I get it. But 2019 was the year for let's go party. 2020 is all right, guys. Let's get building. Let's get building. So yeah, just so you sort of feel that there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And then Tarek and Chanel, Keen Nana Kazemi. Okay, so can we try that? Let's go Keen Nana Kazemi. This is like a really big word now. It doesn't work. If you wanted to make it work, we would need a D, an M, or a V in somewhere in there, or even F, O, or an, oh no, just an X, F or an X. So Kin X Nana Kazemi would work. We could also take Kazemi back down. No, wouldn't work. How about Keen Nan? No. How about Nan? No. Not immediately. Kinana Kazemi. Let's try that one. Kinana. Ooh, yeah. Let's just quickly take a look at that one. Kinana, like that. Go. Oh, there's my little girl. Kazemi being like, Dad, we gotta go. I'm like, just relax. 786. Same place you're in right now. So just in case you love the vibe of what that was doing for you, but then also didn't have the, it doesn't have the same letters anymore. So it just looks a little different. Kinana Kazemi or Kazemi Kinana, however you like to sort of put it up. But that it's the same numerological space for you there.
I can see that my friends like that. Yeah, yeah.
They do, right?
Let's see. I'm going to think about that. Yeah. It's a good option, though. Thank you, guys.
Meditate on it. Think it.
I will.
Yeah, put it inside of your head. Absolutely. And one of the really cool conversations you can do is we're all quantum beings here, okay? So let's just fold space and time, you know, like with that conversation about time travel, right? Where they do like this, and they poke a hole through it. You here today, you and your total success. Make a meditation where you actually put the two together and you kiss it, and then you actually start talking to you. And you start having a conversation with yourself. It's a wonderful vibration, cool little mind technique where you can sit down and you know, have your future self 10 years down and just interview yourself. What did you do? How was it? And this and that. And you're going to see your future self's going to look at you and be like, you're so cute. Just have fun. Okay. Just keep going. Don't give up. Love you. You're good. You know, and we're the ones in anxiety, but can you imagine the feeling you would get if you saw yourself decked out in all the success you truly wanted and you knew you were deserving for? It's a wonderful way to meet yourself and sort of close the timeline or the gap or the loop. But very, very powerful. Super blessed, guys, to be able to do this for you guys. I know I have to keep this. I've got to wrap this up, but it's just funny to think this is a conversation that doesn't get wrapped up. This is a conversation that gets unwrapped and unloaded. And I should have seen it coming, especially after the conversation with Tarek. It was like it kept on going because we just kept on wanting to figure out the perfect vibe for what we needed. So Tarek, if you want, you can, or Chanel, you guys can lead us out if you want to sort of say anything about your team or to them or about this or anything.
Hey, Bobby, can I say something real quick to you?
Yeah, go for it.
I just, you've been doing this a long time, so I mean, as far as name changes and things like that, so you've probably seen everything that you can imagine. And I've actually recently actually been thinking about changing my name, even legally. But my sons, of course, their last name is Coy. So, I mean, what are your thoughts about that?
I would say we should probably do a vibration check on your kids as well. And also, you're probably going to have to explain to them something, you know, and like, who knows, do they follow you in battle or are they cool with Coy? Like, it's tough because I'm a dad of young kids and, you know, born in 68, I probably imagine they're out of diapers at this point, probably. And they're old enough.
Yeah, I've got one that's 25 and 15, two boys.
Yeah, so they're probably at that age of identity now thinking, you know, it might be even tough for them to think, well, what am I holding Coy for? You know, if dad wants to take this, I want to take it. Or to think, hey, I'm a Coy, that's how I was born. It doesn't affect the relationship, but it does enter the conversation to say, look, I'm changing my name because legally it needs to be what I feel it to be. And then they're like, okay, cool, Dad. And then they just go back to doing nothing. They should take an inner look at what their name says for them. And who knows, maybe they fall in love with the vibration they have. Or if they're like, yeah, you know what, this doesn't fit either. I should change it as well. So those are my thoughts on that.
Nice. Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey.
Hey, so first of all, I just want to say, man, so much huge gratitude, appreciation, and thanks from our side. It's a true blessing if we, as you say, the future self speaking to the self. If my old self were to see that the future self on a Friday night would be sitting in with a mastermind, with a global team, going through numerology to align everyone's success, I think he'd be very bewildered, but also very proud. And I feel like it's a huge blessing that you've come into everyone's life this way. And for everybody who, paid your $111, if you only made an extra $111 in your business, that would be this call paying for itself. But I can just say from the shift that's happened in our lives, that the things that'll happen in your life, you cannot put a value on. You can't put a dollar figure on it, because it's the way that people relate to you, the way that people see you, the way you see yourself, the way you interact, the way you present yourself, the space of confidence you speak from. All of that can shift with this name change, and that is really priceless. So Bobby, thank you so much for the work you do. It's so valuable, invaluable. Yeah. And yeah, I just feel really blessed to have met you on this path. And I'm really excited to see what we're going to build in 2020 and beyond.
Oh man, so super blessed. Thank you for those words, man. You're an absolute wizard, and I appreciate all of you guys as well. Just looking at all these names, you guys are all aligned. You guys are all lined up and ready to go. And I wish you guys so much success. Don't be a stranger. I'm going to be, in the next few hours, sending you guys individually reports about yourselves so that you guys can further the reading. When you guys go to book with me, I'm going to discount the 111 from your total price. So I would suggest that you absolutely take the time to work with me one-on-one. It is a game changer conversation to look inside of yourself, but absolutely appreciate you guys so much. Oh, Annette's note, we're going to change Annette's. She got tossed out of the room for some reason. So let's just change it here. Let's go Elena now. Okay. And then, and for all of you guys out there, building your teams, growing into the leadership of who you are, I'm here to support you guys. I've been here friends with Balaj since the beginning, since it was just a Nagic and about 60, 70 people. And now we're in the thousands in Europe. So I'm blessed that you guys have opened up your hearts and souls for me on this. And I wish you guys a massive world of abundance to go through. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right. Take care. Enjoy.
Thanks. Bye.